All right. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us today for our 2020 Epilepsy Education Exchange. We're very excited. While we can't be in person, this is still a great way to connect with one another, and we have some great speakers ahead of us today. So right now, I'm going to hand it over to our President and CEO, Missy Dalloway.
Thanks, Seamus. Good morning, everyone. We are so happy to have you join us this morning. My name is Missy Dalloway, and I am the President and CEO for the Epilepsy Foundation Eastern PA. Now, as Seamus mentioned, while we are very disappointed that we can't be together in person this year, we are absolutely thrilled to be offering another annual Epilepsy Education Exchange through this webinar format. And our hope is that now that we've gone virtual, we're able to reach a lot more community members because geography is no longer a factor. And what better time to be coming together than for November for National Epilepsy Awareness Month. There's so many ways that you can be involved this November, but we are firm believers that one of the best things that you can do is to continue educating yourself and educating others. So we are so happy to have you with us for your Saturday morning, learning together and expanding our knowledge. We have an excellent program put together for you today. We have some really wonderful experts and specialists joining us who are going to be presenting on some of the latest topics and updates in the epilepsy space. So we're really excited to get that kicked off with you. But first, it is my honor to introduce a very special person in our community, Sue Livingston, our education coordinator. So Sue recently celebrated 24 years of service with the foundation. Absolutely incredible. Sue has never missed an epilepsy education exchange, so she wasn't going to start this year. But Sue is winding down her employment with the foundation. She will be retiring at the end of this year so that she'll have a lot more time to spend with her two beautiful granddaughters and her family. But Sue is the most incredible advocate, educator, and friend, an extremely special person and champion for the epilepsy community. So without further ado and without further fluffing of her feathers, here's Sue Livingston.
Thank you, Missy. Thank you for all your kind words. It is, as Seamus and Missy said, it is wonderful to be with you all, and hopefully next year we will see you all in person, and I will come back. As Missy said, I'm retiring at the end of the year. It's been my privilege to have been a part of the FEPA for the past 24 years. I've met some of the most inspiring, strong friends that I could even imagine these past years. And you've taught me a lot about persistence, strength, and hope. And I thank you for that. Missy, Rena, Melissa, Rachel, and our resource coordinators, Mary, Ellen, Carrie, Alyssa, and Seamus are can be counted on whenever and wherever you need them. Whatever you need, they're there for you. I'm leaving EFEPA in very good hands, the most capable, dedicated, and innovative team. Many thanks to them for their friendship, and I want to thank all of you for everything you've taught me and everything you've given me. And I don't want to take up any more time, so I will throw this right back to Seamus, but thank you all.
All right, thank you, Sue. And just echoing the words that Missy had just said, Sue, congratulations on 24 years of serving the foundation and just being an advocate and helping so many people. You've left an impact on the foundation, especially Camp Achieve. All right, everyone. Well, my name is Seamus. I'm the Greater Philadelphia Resource Coordinator for the Epilepsy Foundation, Eastern Pennsylvania, and so happy to be here with you this morning. Just a few things. I want to first start off by saying thank you so much for attending this morning. Again, we're very excited and have a great program ahead of us today. Just so you are aware, your audio and video will be muted during the presentation. But you will have the opportunity to ask questions over the chat box for each speaker. So if you have any questions that pop up in your mind, make sure you use the chat box and we'll make sure to ask them. And again, your questions will be answered to the speaker after his or her presentation. And I just want you to know you are not alone. There are 3.4 million people in the United States who are currently living with active epilepsy. 1/3 of people with epilepsy live with uncontrollable seizures right now. 1 in 26 people in the United States will develop epilepsy at some point in their lifetime. 6 out of 10 people with epilepsy, the cause is still unknown, and there are currently 110,000 people living with epilepsy in Eastern Pennsylvania. Here at the Epilepsy Foundation of Eastern PA, we serve the 18 counties of Eastern Pennsylvania. We are focused on education, support, and advocacy. We are here for you anytime, so please reach out to us. We've been here for over 45 years serving Eastern Pennsylvania community, and we're going to be here for the next 45 years. So it is really our mission to stop seizures and SUDEP, find a cure, and overcome the challenges created by epilepsy through efforts including education, advocacy, and research to help accelerate ideas into therapies. So some of the EFEPA programs and services that we provide are our Project School Alert, where we will usually go into schools. Right now we're offering virtual trainings to school staff, teachers, students on proper seizure recognition and first aid. We also offer first responders and law enforcement trainings. We help with transition services. We host support groups. Right now our support groups are meeting via Zoom, and it's a great way to connect with people, not just in your area, but connect with people that might be up in the Lancaster, Scranton area. We host educational conferences and seminars like today. We can help with information and referrals, such as if somebody calls us and they're looking for a neurologist. We have doctor's referral list, different community services. One of our most magical programs is Camp Achieve, which is a week-long summer camp in August for children diagnosed with epilepsy. It's a really phenomenal week. This past year we did it virtual, and it's still, even though it was virtual over Zoom, you could still feel the magic and it really connecting with everyone, and the campers, counselors, and everyone just got a lot out of it. And we also do adult services. We have an adult wellness day that we just started, and we're doing an adult wellness weekend in September of 2021. And we also have our young adult retreat as well. So just to go over the brief schedule today. So we're going to be so right now we're going through our welcome and introductions. And then at 9:15, our first speaker, Caitlin Rice, will be going, and followed by each speaker. We'll have 10 minutes for Q&A. Then we'll take a 10-minute break in between. And then at 10:15, our second speaker will be going. And then the same thing, we'll have a 10 minutes for Q&A from 10:55 to 11:05. Then we'll do a 10-minute break. And then we'll have our third speaker, Bruce Sham, followed by, again, 10-minute Q&A, and we'll have another break at 12:05, and our last speaker will resume, Dr. Michael Gelfand, at 12:15, and again we'll have another chance for Q&A as well. So at this time, I'm going to hand it over to our development manager, Melissa Fairchild, to say a few words on our sponsors for today.
Good morning, everyone. I want to echo, of course, Seamus, Missy's, and Sue's words. Thank you so much for attending this morning. November is National Epilepsy Awareness Month, and the perfect time to take the initiative to educate yourself and your network. So I'd like to take a moment to introduce today's sponsors. A huge thank you to our conference series sponsors who made today's webinar, as well as our 4 exchanges throughout the year possible: Greenwich Biosciences, AZI, UCB, and Synovian. Thank you again for your support. It is my pleasure to give a warm welcome to Courtney from Greenwich Biosciences, who will be sharing a few words with us. Courtney, it's all you.
Hey, good morning, everybody. My name is Courtney Jogrange. I'm honored to be speaking to you virtually today on behalf of Greenwich Biosciences and our entire team. As a sponsor of the fall conference, I just want to make sure that you all know that we're proud to be a partner in events like this to help people stay connected in this virtual environment. At Greenwich Biosciences, we're dedicated to offering innovative solutions that go beyond medicine. So you may know us best as the company researching and developing FDA-approved cannabinoid medicines to help address serious conditions, but also know that patients and families are at the center of everything we do. So honestly, our mission is just to transform the lives of children, adults, families who live with rare neurological diseases, and we're proud to be a sponsor today. So have a great conference. Thank you for allowing us to be a part of it, and thank you for all the work that you all are doing. You guys are amazing, and thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Courtney. I'd also like to take this opportunity to introduce Nicole at ASI. Welcome, it's all you, Nicole. Nicole?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm so glad to be the person that had to unmute. Someone had to do
no
it, right?
problem. We've all been there.
Well, welcome everyone. And we are so delighted to be here with you today. Thank you for giving ASI this opportunity. Just a few words about ASI. At ASI, human healthcare is our goal. We give first thoughts to patients and their families and helping to increase the benefits healthcare provides. As the US pharmaceutical subsidiary of Tokyo-based ASI, we have a passionate commitment to patient care that is the driving force behind our efforts to help address unmet medical needs. We are a fully integrated pharmaceutical business with discovery, clinical, and marketing capabilities. Our key areas of focus include oncology and neurology, specifically dementia-related diseases and neurodegenerative diseases such as epilepsy. To learn more about ASI Inc., please visit us at www.asai.com/US and follow us on Twitter and LinkedIn. Thank you very much, Melissa.
No, thank you, Nicole. We'd also like to share with you a video from our partners at Synovian.
Patients are at the center of everything we do, so one of our key values is to serve.
At Synovian, we're working every day to give a voice to patients, to help raise awareness of the conditions that we treat and reduce the misconceptions that surround them. Patients are the reason that we're here. The patients guide us, they motivate us, they're what brings us together, and they are what enables us to do what we do every single day.
That's who we are. That is our objective as a company.
Thank you again to our conference series sponsors. And now I'd like to give a big thank you to our sponsors. There they are. So a big thank you to our vendor series sponsors, SK Life Science, Neurelis, Biocodex, Herbology, and Supernus. Stephanie's here to tell you a little bit more about SK Life Science. Welcome, Stephanie.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing us to be a part of this. So SK is probably one of the newer players here to the foundation. So it's really exciting to see everything that you do for the patients and for the community. So kudos to all of you. And Sue, I think we met once, but I'm wishing you the best of luck moving forward. So just a little bit about SK. At SK Life Science, essentially everything that we do is with the purpose of supporting patients, caregivers, and the entire CNS community. We're a global pharmaceutical company focused on the research, development, and treatment of the central nervous system disorders. And we are a US subsidiary of SK Biopharmaceuticals based in Korea. So in addition to having a treatment approved in the United States for partial onset seizures in adults, the companies have a pipeline of 8 compounds in development for CNS disorders, including epilepsy. So we have we've just started here. We have a long way to go. We're hoping we can just assist as many patients as possible and people in this community. So thank you for allowing us to be a part of this, Melissa.
No, thank you so much, Stephanie and SK Life Science. Now, a warm welcome to Julian, who will be sharing more about Neuroscience. Good morning, Julian.
Good morning, Melissa. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me this morning. And Sue, special shout out. What a great job. 24 years. Best to you. And thank you for all your service. My name is Julian DeLeman. I'm the territory manager for Neuroscience in Philadelphia. Neuroscience is an innovation-driven neuroscience company that provides a differentiated approach to unmet medical needs. What that means is we use technology to solve problems with older medications. Our application of novel technologies is designed to enhance therapeutic and patient care. Neuroscience is thrilled to be able to support the Epilepsy Foundation of Southeast Pennsylvania, as well as the Epilepsy Foundation nationally. We are committed to improving the lives of individuals with epilepsy, as well as their caregivers. The passion of Neuroscience is inspired every day by those living with epilepsy, their families, and the physicians, the clinicians, who are constantly encouraging and expecting more of the pharmaceutical research that we are doing. Thank you for supporting this event today. Thank you to the Epilepsy Foundation of Southeast Pennsylvania, Misty, we really appreciate it, and allowing us to be part of this great event. If you have any additional questions about the great work that Neuroscience is doing to help patients with epilepsy, please go to our website and visit us at neuroscience.com. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much, Julian. Last, but certainly not least, is Michelle from BioCodex, who will share a few words with you. Michelle, welcome.
Hey, good morning, everyone. How are you? Like SK Life Science, we're also new to the Eastern Foundation, Epilepsy Foundation of Eastern Pennsylvania. And I just wanted to share just a few things about us. We are a family-owned multinational pharmaceutical company. We've been founded and been around since actually 1953. And our goal is just to work with great experts in the treatments of the central nervous system. Right now, we're dedicated to providing education, which is paramount for us on the medical team, as well as the support in the field for Dravet syndrome, which is one of those rare epilepsy syndromes. And we want to make sure that this education and support goes to our healthcare providers, the affected individuals, and their families as well. So thank you for giving us the opportunity. And although I'm in Virginia based, I lived in Philadelphia area for 25 years. So I definitely have a warm spot in my heart for all of you that take care of all of our kids and adults with epilepsy in the Eastern Pennsylvania area. It's very special to me. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Michelle. We're thrilled to have you on board. And one more thank you to our generous sponsors, to Courtney, Nicole, Stephanie, and Julian, as well as Michelle for joining us this morning. With that, I'll go ahead and hand it back over to Seamus.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Melissa, and to all our sponsors today who make this program possible and for your continued support for the foundation and our community. At this time, I would like to introduce our first speaker of today, Caitlin Rice. Caitlin Rice has supported families as a social worker in neurology at CHOP. She later pursued her current role as an individual and family therapist at Council for Relationships, and she has a passion for working with families, coping with stress and chronic illness, and supporting their well-being and health. So at this time, I'm gonna hand it on over to Caitlin.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Yep.
Okay, great. So I'm just going to screen share for a second here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Welcome. Happy Epilepsy Awareness Month, everyone. Let's see. Okay. Just making sure you're seeing. Okay.
Sure. Perfect. Yeah, we can see it.
Great. Let's see. Just going to change this view again. All right. Let's see here. Sorry. Trying to see. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Education Exchange. I've had the pleasure of participating in this a little bit before. I am so excited to be here with you all to kick off Epilepsy Awareness Month together. And so a little bit just about me, as Sham has introduced me, my name's Caitlin Rice. I am a licensed clinical social worker, and I previously worked in neurology at the Children's Hospital supporting families with epilepsy and other conditions. And I'm currently a therapist. I work with individuals, with teenagers, with couples and families, and I absolutely love the work that I do. So I had the honor of, let me just move this. I had the honor of co-facilitating a group for the caregivers at the Epilepsy, the Foundation's Wellness Day recently. And I am so excited today to get to share space and create space together for caregivers and people living with epilepsy. I couldn't be more excited about doing that. And speaking of getting everyone together in one shared space, this has been a long pandemic so far. And for some of us, that means that we've really spent a lot of time with our families and, a lot of together time, which has its own challenges. And for others, it may be a really lonely time and a time that's been really challenging. So we're going to talk a little bit about that today, about what has been stressful, what's helpful for us during times of stress, what gets in our way, and most importantly, we're going to talk about our community. So, which I think is kind of everything. I think the community is the absolute best resource for our stress and also for our wellness. And so I'm so excited just in being here, logged on today and being together. And as Seamus pointed out, we are not alone. That's a great, example of community. Okay. So you may feel like your world recently has been flipped upside down. This could be for many reasons. So psychologists are referring to this term surge capacity in relation to the pandemic. So surge capacity is a surge of energy or of adaptive resources and skills that we have in the beginning of a crisis. We do pretty well at getting through a short-term crisis. And that's why some of us in the beginning of the pandemic, you may remember the phase of things where we were like buying pasta, getting our supplies stocked up. We were like, we're going to figure this out. We're going to work from home, or we're going to figure out how to be safe. We're going to make masks, and we can do this. So that tends to not last forever, that surge of energy and resources. And so recently, if you've been feeling a little bit like you're a little bit burnt out, stressed out, feeling depressed, having a hard time, or if you've noticed like you're not as productive or have trouble focusing, it's completely normal. This is a part of the surge capacity. So it's been longer than 6 months. We're over the crisis, energized part of the pandemic. Yeah, and there's been a lot of isolation with the pandemic and with our usual hobbies, which I know a lot of people in this community are so good about connecting with and engaging with seeing each other in person, jobs. So much has shifted that it's been really stressful. So I want you to know that you're not alone. And I think it's helpful to have the context of knowing about this term. So as a individual, couple, family therapist, I am excited to share some tools with you today. One of my favorite tools, that this could relate to friends, partners, children, parents, any relationships that you have. This is a trick that I like to teach people. So oftentimes when people share stress with us or things that they're worried about, we tend to think that they want our advice. When in reality, that's not always the case. A lot of times people really just want us to create space for them. They want to be validated. So my trick is sometimes you can ask your partner, your child, the person that you're with, would you like advice on this specific issue? Like, is this a problem-solving mode that we're going into? Or do you just want space? And sometimes you can just provide the space. So just listening. not offering any advice when somebody comes to you with a worry, and then simply aligning with them. And what I love about aligning, saying, you know, what you're saying makes sense. Your feelings are valid. I understand why you would be angry, sad, upset. You can align without even agreeing with someone, which is always lovely. It's convenient. So you can say that your feelings are valid. That makes sense without agreeing with every single thing that they're saying. So listening and aligning can be really a kind of game changer in just how we talk to one another. And it can be a really helpful tool to kind of practice. I love having families test it out and just see like what happens if you don't give any advice and you just create some space and validate what they're saying. So this is a tool that I really appreciate. And I hope it's helpful for you too. So what we know about, just since we're talking about communication, about our emotions, is that they kind of come and they go. So it can be helpful to imagine emotions that you're having as waves, and to, first of all, acknowledging them, sometimes naming them, saying, I'm all of a sudden feeling really frustrated, or I'm really sad right now, or I'm feeling angry. There's a concept by Dan Siegel that is name it to tame it. So it can reduce your stress to have someone or yourself name your feelings. And in doing that, allowing the feeling to come and know that it's not going to last forever. There might be chronic stress issues and major things that are, you know, long-term issues to deal with, but our emotions do, you know, I'm sure you notice, they kind of come and then they shift pretty quickly sometimes. So allowing your emotions to come and imagining a wave that they peak and then they usually subside, and just allowing them to do that. Recognizing them, here it comes, I'm feeling this way, allowing it, instead of the thing we all love to do where you kind of repress it or you stuff it somewhere, or you try to run away from it. We know that doesn't work, you know, long term. It tends to be a boomerang effect where it comes back, it's still there, you haven't dealt with it. So just allowing it, not judging it, allowing it to come, allowing it to go. These tools of allowing, also investigating maybe what you need, trying to be kind to yourself about your feeling. Hello, anxiety, I see you. I didn't invite you here, but you showed up anyway. So like, have a seat. You can find the door in a few minutes. These all can help us pause. And I'd be glad to share some of these resources and tools via, you know, an email later, or I can make sure that I get them to you. But it can help us pause and it can help us not react. So basically, just practice responding to different situations instead of reacting. Repair. Repair is a really great tool. So it is an idea that the Gottman Institute, which is like a couple in therapy resource and has a lot of research, talks about. So it's really about not so much fixing what's broken, but more about getting back on track. So if you're in the heat of an argument, or you realize, oops, I did something that wasn't great, I didn't really want to say that, and I got angry and kind of lashed out at you. Repair is any statement or action, it could be silly or otherwise, that prevents negativity from escalating out of control. So this can be great with a parent, with a caregiver, with a partner, with a child, where you're like, oops, you know, the sooner the better. Like I'm realizing I didn't mean to say that. I didn't mean to get upset in that way. I'm sorry. It could be like offering them a snack, being like, here you go, an act of kindness. Some of my patients are really good at doing this. It's kind of a game changer in terms of being with your family a lot and having a lot of chronic stress. I have a patient that I want to share a little bit about, who I got a call before the pandemic from her parent telling me that she was interested in therapy, that she had asked her father if she could talk to someone outside of the family, and she has epilepsy. And her parent let me know that she grew up with a lot of supports and also has a lot of strengths. She loves theater. She's very verbal. You know, she wouldn't be the person to necessarily give you the correct change. Like the math skills were not her thing, but that she has this amazing smile and this amazing personality. And I have learned so much from her. So she gave me permission to share a little bit about her today, and I'm going to call her Barbara. And she has been a great example of repair, because if incidents happen with family in close quarters, the mother has Alzheimer's and the father and her were living in an apartment. So they had a lot going on, as you can imagine, during a pandemic. There's a lot of stress. So she would be great at reporting back to me about like, oh, we just repaired that. Like we were really grumpy. This person was really grumpy and kind of lashed out a little bit. And then they said sorry. So, we're moving on. So I think the idea of repair is really that we're all human, and it can be a great tool to have in your pocket. I use it many times a day, where you're like, oopsie, didn't mean to do that. And just practicing that, turning towards our humanness, that, oops, I made a mistake. Let me try to repair in this moment so things don't escalate. It can really be helpful. So I encourage you to kind of think about that a little bit. Let's see. Okay. So this is another helpful communication tool and piece of knowledge. Our window of tolerance refers to a space where our nervous system feels safe. We're calm, we can function pretty well, and we can hear another person. We're really able to communicate, to process and integrate information, and respond to demands of a conversation or an emotional situation. So if you're really escalated and you're in kind of fight or flight mode and you're really frustrated or feeling all of the feelings, your heart is pounding, if you're outside of your window of tolerance, of that window where you really can have a good emotional conversation, a check-in conversation, a conversation about things that matter to you, it really might be best to postpone a relationship dialogue. So a lot of times we all can get really sucked into the heat of the moment and want to just go and jump into really intense conversations. But it took me becoming a therapist to realize that, there are actually healthy ways to sort of fight and to get into it. And sometimes just taking a 20-minute break is an option. And that's wonderful. It can help you think, maybe I don't even have to have this conversation right now. Maybe I can take a walk. Maybe I can self-soothe and like calm myself down a little bit, let myself have that time. So the term from the Gottman Institute is flooding, is basically when you're in that state, a sensation of feeling psychologically and physically overwhelmed during conflict, making it virtually impossible to have a productive problem-solving discussion. So awareness of this can be really helpful, that this exists, just knowing, oh, maybe I'm sort of flooded right now. Maybe I need space before I kind of go into keep this conversation going. So I wanted to check in with you a little bit about stress and worry. I have a little story about my patient, Barbara. One day, her and her parents, who are stuck together in an apartment, one has Alzheimer's, they're dealing with a lot, during the pandemic, decided to go to a 7-Eleven to get a little treat, just to take a little break. They were having a moment. And they went into the 7-Eleven, and the mother, who has Alzheimer's, took off her mask briefly because she forgot, and then she put it back on. But there was a moment of a lot of feelings. There was a lot of stress. There was some yelling, some anger, some fear about, oh my gosh, you're going to get COVID. What are we going to do? What are you doing? And the family was really feeling it. They really had a moment, and it was kind of embarrassing. And then they got out. They got what they needed, and they got out. And during my session with her, Barbara was saying to me, well, Caitlin, what do you think? What are the best options here? Should I just worry about it? Like, what should I do? And it got me thinking about, that's a great question. We have so many things that we could worry about. And we also have so many things that are really heavy and are real life stressors that we're dealing with. And I know with epilepsy, with being sick, with the election, with COVID, there's so much stress. And I know some people, at least in the caregiver group at the Wellness Day, people have been directly impacted by COVID. So it's definitely real. So I just wanted to see if you could take a moment just to kind of take a deep breath and acknowledge how much stress we're dealing with right now. And just think about what are your top few stressors. If you'd like to put them in the chat box, if that's possible, you can feel free to do that. We could sort of collect and get an idea of what people are really worried about to use in the future to see what tools might be most helpful. So writing those down and just taking a minute for yourself to think about, is it relationship stress, family stress, health, seizures, stress about money, could be really stress about work, social stuff. There's so much going on right now. So I encourage you to take a minute to think about that. Feel free to use the chat if you can to share, to write down a few of those worries you might have. Breathing. We all hear so much about take a deep breath, ground yourself. There's yoga, there's meditation. We hear a lot about this. And one of the first tools that I started working with Barbara on was actually just breathing in moments of anxiety and moments of stress. One of my favorite tools that I've been using a lot very recently with folks is 4-7-8 breathing for anxiety. So I'll just tell you a little bit about this. So 4-7-8 breathing is when you breathe in deeply, like you in through your nose for 4 counts. You actually hold your breath for 7 counts, and then you do a long exhale for 8 counts. And again, I'd be glad to send out a message with these resources so you have some concrete tools to practice and to remember, but 4-7-8. So in for 4, you could even try it right now if you want. Hold for 7 counts, and then a long exhale for 8 counts. This can work. This is a really great tool for when you're really in it, in that 7-Eleven kind of moment where you're like, I'm having a moment. I might freak out a little bit. I need to kind of just focus on my breathing. So having a long exhale, you notice the 8 count is longer than your inhale. It can activate your parasympathetic nervous system, which is your nervous system that calms you down. It's rest and digest. So it's going to bring you down if you're really kind of aroused. So you can breathe deeply into your belly, slowing your breathing way down, and then breathe out more slowly for longer than you're breathing in can be a great trick for activating your parasympathetic nervous system. So basically that would mean just a longer out breath. So it could be breathing in for 5, breathing out for 7, whatever works for you. I have other patients with other chronic illnesses who do beautifully with guided imagery. It can be really great. It's under kind of the umbrella of meditation, but it's a little bit different. So it's really, some people really get into a deep meditative state with that. You're using visualization, images, imagination. You're imagining beautiful places that might feel really safe for you, which can be very powerful. I also have some resources I'd be glad to share on that you could listen to and see, is this for me? Do I like it? Yeah, what's helpful on a personal level? It's definitely personal. John Kabat-Zinn is a doctor who created a mindfulness-based stress reduction program. It's offered in medical centers, in hospitals. It's evidence-based. He has a lot of research about mindfulness and believes that it really helps people cope with stress, anxiety, pain, and illness. So if you want to Google that, or I can also include that in resources, he has a really good like 20-minute body scan exercise that I love. And it's essentially all that you have to do is lay down on your bed, which I think is fabulous in terms of these tools. It's really a great place to start. And you just simply listen to it. It brings awareness to different parts of your body and can be very calming. And he is like coming from a very medical perspective, which can be also very comforting and helpful. So it's just purely going through your body parts and noticing them. And it can be a relaxing tool. It's very personal with these resources. So some people might love yoga. You might love guided meditation, meditating. There's so many different options. So I encourage you to think about what really works for you. Another great, this is a great tool in a pinch. And I know I probably have a lot of slides to get through, so I should pick it up a little bit. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 is a grounding exercise. It's a great way to use your senses to get grounded. So you look for, if you're having a 7-Eleven moment, again, where things are really intense and you just feel like, oh my gosh, things are escalating quickly, you look around for 5 things that you see, whatever's around you, 4 things that you can touch, like I can feel my shirt, I can feel my skin, something soft around you, anything that you can touch, 3 things that you can hear. You're going to take a minute to be mindful in your body, listening to the birds, listening to the hum of a fan, whatever is near you, really paying attention to kind of get grounded in your own body in the present moment again. 2 things that you can smell. You could smell your own skin. You could go smell some soap, smell something delicious. And imagining one thing that you can taste, or actually tasting something, can be helpful. Self-compassion. This is a really big one that you may have heard this term. It's kind of a buzzword. It's very, very hot these days in the therapy world and for, you know, in the greater world at large. So self-compassion is another tool that I started using with Barbara early on. And it's really thinking about the way that we talk to ourselves. So talk to yourself the way that you would talk to someone you love, Brene Brown. With self-compassion, we give ourselves the same kindness and care we'd give to a good friend. So this can be really helpful in thinking about, would I say that? If you have negative kind of self-talk, or you get in your own head a little bit, as we all tend to do sometimes, really thinking about, would I say that to a best friend? Would I say that to someone that I care about or that I support? It can be really important to do that. A lot of times we wouldn't say, oh, you're such an idiot, nothing's ever going to get better, you ruined that, whatever it is. You know, we probably wouldn't say that to a good friend. So starting to question that and kind of pause and think a little bit about that can be really helpful. And the other thing that I know about this community is that you all are an amazing resource to one another. I've seen it at camp. I've seen it at young adult retreats. I've seen it at support groups like never before, like with no one else. Very special population of people showing up for each other, having a lot of compassion. Like at camp, you had a seizure, I'm gonna help you. Just amazing support. So I know this could be a good tool for this group of people in this community, because what if we applied the compassion we have for each other, for other people that might be dealing with it and, you know, who are really going through it, and you know, because you are and have gone through it, you know, firsthand, to ourselves. What if we started to be really kind to ourselves in that way? Like, and just getting curious about that, like, oh, you've got this, you're doing your best, you're human, you can do it. I think getting curious about that, as I said, can be a helpful tool. And this is definitely something to keep in mind. It's a little bit of a superpower. It's also extremely hard to do. So be patient with yourself if you're testing this out. It's not instant. It's just something to think a little bit about. I'm going to share a few more coping skills with you, so bear with me. It's a lot of skills, but these are some that I really love. So check the facts is a great skill. Let me just see how much more time. Yeah, so check the facts is a great skill where you basically, along the lines of what I was saying before, you really pause and you ask yourself, is this narrative I'm telling myself really accurate? Let's just stick to the facts about this. So one example would be, if I was walking in the park and Sue Livingston was also at the park with her friend, and she passed me and I thought, oh my God, it's Sue Livingston. And she didn't, you know, say hello to me. For whatever reason, I could think, oh my gosh, I stink. Sue is mad at me. She hates me. She's mad about something. You know, I could really run with that. And probably then as a result of that, feel sad about it. Feel like I could really go kind of spiral with that nobody cares about me. And, you know, I'm not a good person, or, you know, you can really, this is never going to get better. I'm stuck. So with checking the facts, you would really think of all the other options and train yourself to really challenge that negative narrative. Maybe Sue had to go to the bathroom. Maybe she was talking to her friend about something really important. If she's in her mask, who knows? She could have just, who knows what's going on under there. But there's so many other realities that could be possible, and it's acknowledging that. Because a lot of times, sometimes we're right about our negative things and our thoughts and the stories we tell ourselves, and sometimes we're not. So that's something to keep in mind. Opposite action is another great skill where you can do the opposite of what you might usually do. So if you're someone that gets really isolated when you're feeling down and you just really go in your room and get in bed, you might play with the idea of like reaching out to someone, calling someone, talking to your family a little bit. If you're really down in the dumps, watching something that's funny, for example, if you're really angry, instead of escalating and yelling about it, like you might usually do, thinking about like, what if I got a little bit quieter? Like, what are the options here? Advocacy is something that I'm really passionate about as a social worker. And my approach to advocacy is kind of the squeaky wheel. It's just be squeaky, be loud, be lovely, be polite, however you're going to be, but don't stop asking for help. So one example of resources that you might be thinking about today is like, what if I were like my patient Barbara, she told her father that I think I need to talk to somebody outside of the house. And he was able to reach out to me. And now we kind of have a team approach to things. So thinking about like, oh, that's possible to have a counselor or to have other outside help. You don't have to do it alone. You don't have to solve problems on your own. It's not your responsibility necessarily to figure everything out all by yourself. So one resource for finding therapist is to check in with your insurance. You can call the mental health number in the back of the card. And see, do I go on the website? Like, what's the best way to kind of find in-network providers? I used to call the numbers on the back of the card and write down a few names and numbers and kind of go from there. You could ask your therapist, the potential therapist, if they are familiar with epilepsy. You could have them sign a release and be educated by the foundation. Counselors are licensed, so they have experience in different areas, which is great. So that's one option. Psychology Today is another great website. You can browse by insurance provider, by like other boxes like chronic illness, neurology. You'd be able to kind of check that out. That's another space that you could look into. Asking your doctor and your medical team for help. We know that there's some amazing people involved with the foundation, amazing nurses, social workers, especially in the pediatric world and also in the adult world, being able to check in with your doctor. This might be like, I need a letter of medical necessity. I think I need help in the home. Can you help me? Can I get a home health aide? What resources are available? We don't know what role they could play in helping unless we ask. So I think asking the medical team, or if you're hospitalized and you're like, we are having a moment, we don't have what we need going home, really before you leave, even in the hospital, asking for help. Is there a case manager? Is there asking a nurse or your neurologist, saying, we're really having a hard time at home. This is the reality. This is the situation we're dealing with. What do you think? What are the options? And finding your people. So Kylie, some of you may have been at the Adult Wellness Day. The speaker was really amazing, and she talked about finding her people. And she became an occupational therapist after really a lot of rejection and a really challenging journey. And she was able to find a couple mentors who believed in her professionally. And it made all the difference for her in terms of moving forward, following her dreams, reaching her dreams. She was able to find those people. And I think that can be really inspiring, and it's not always easy, but it can definitely be a game changer. Reach out to the foundation. If you need help, there's so many amazing programs. Finding your people in a support group, just kind of taking that chance and logging onto a support group and seeing what happens can be great. Staying creative and not giving up. A lot of times, with a lot of chronic illnesses, it's hard because things are always changing. So you may have had a buddy that would go and do activities with you, and then something shifted, or had an aide that you really liked in your home, and then something happened to them. So it's really hard, but not giving up and keeping it moving and thinking about, okay, I'm gonna keep reaching out. I'm gonna make some new connections. I'm gonna see what baby steps I can take so that you can be connected to other people and to the resources that you need. Is huge. I've noticed with Barbara, the more help they got, some help for her mother with Alzheimer's in their home, and the more help, outside help in the home, the better their situation was. That's not always possible. So it's kind of figuring that out a little bit. And again, leaning on your community, communicating with your community, celebrating your community is huge. The Healthy Mind Platter, this is something that I was using with people during the beginning of the pandemic, just to kind of schedule their days. It's very simple, but these things we know are helpful. So sleeping, time where you move your body a little bit, even if it's like to go and to go get a snack down the hall or get a glass of water, just moving a little is great. Time where you're focused is great. And time when you can connect with other people is wonderful. So this is Dr. Siegel is a psychiatrist and has some really good tools. So this can be good. Also playtime, time where you might do a puzzle or allow yourself to be playful with other people, joke around a little bit. Time where you're really focused on one thing can be helpful. And Seamus, if you let me know if I need to stop, but I do have more to get through, so let me know. Numbing and nurturing is another great tool that I really love. So when we're in times of stress, it's helpful to think about what's really nurturing for ourselves, what's helpful to do, and then what's numbing, and kind of realizing within yourself when you're kind of going over into the numbing area and you might be kind of frustrated and things aren't working well for you. So I notice if I scroll too much on my phone and I'm like, I might be entering a numbing zone where I'm like, I'm still scrolling, but it's not really much fun and I'm just kind of doing it. Then you want to get kind of back in the middle. A great example of something that would be in the middle for most people is Netflix. So it's nurturing. You might do it with your family, but you might really enjoy it and be paying attention to it, but you're also not working. You don't have to think that much. You're just kind of relaxing. Community and connection. And so I talk a lot about community and connection because I think it's amazing. And a lot of our problems and issues are very real and stressful, and so is the community. So I think that this is what we see at Camp Achieve. This is what we see at support groups of people coming together, being able to share with humor, being able to share struggles and offer each other space. It's so good for our bodies. It's so good for our brains. And I think it's the best resource. I know doctors are great, and the medical team and nurses and psychiatrists are also wonderful. But I think the special sauce is really connecting with your community. Hobbies and outlets can be really important for caregivers and for people living with epilepsy. Just having that space, it can be really important. If I have a couple more minutes, I can share briefly about another great tool. This is one of my favorites. It's from DBT, which is a kind of therapy that has a lot of really concrete resources, which I love, and tools. So ABC, the A is for accumulating positive experiences. So that is planning every day something positive. It could be something that you're going to eat. It could be relaxing and watching something, putting a puzzle together, going for a walk, and you're going to be really mindful and enjoy it. Be in the moment, no multitasking, and really focus on enjoying the positive experience and feeling the positive emotions from it. Like, I'm going to call my friend and laugh a little bit. I'm going to watch something funny, whatever it is. You're really going to train your brain a little bit to just schedule the positive and really have it built in your day and accumulate that and enjoy it while you're doing it. The B is for build mastery. Building mastery means anything that's challenging for you, doing it. This has to be doable goals. So it would be something like, for a lot of people right now, it's just getting out of bed. I got out of bed, I got dressed, I feel a little bit better, I'm gonna feel good about that. And every day doing something that's challenging but doable, and kind of building on that on a daily practice. The C is for cope ahead. So that's, even if something stressful does happen, imagining using your supports and your skills to navigate it in a way that's positive for you, that is okay, where it's a good experience. And again, Seamus, let me know if I need to stop. Otherwise I will keep going for a minute. So there's
a couple more minutes.
Sorry, what did you say?
Oh, I'm sorry, you can keep going for a couple.
Okay, I'll make this quick. And thank you everyone for being here today with me. So research about nature. There's a lot of great, let's just talk a little bit about getting outside. We know it's really good for our nervous systems, and it can really be a great resource for us. And I know this is a little hard to think about with the winter coming up. It's darker, it's gonna get cold, it's still a viral pandemic. So a lot happening, but it's really can help us. So one study reveals that forest bathing, which is just going outside and looking at trees, it catalyzes increased parasympathetic nervous system activity. So again, that's that parasympathetic nervous system is the calming system. So it prompts rest, conserves energy, and slows down the heart rate. So a leisurely walk outside, even around your block, can decrease the stress hormone cortisol, decrease your decrease in sympathetic nerve activity, that fight or flight mode that like when we're really hyped up. And it can decrease blood pressure and heart rate. Sometimes I like to do little nervous system resets where you just go outside and for a couple minutes, you just look at the sky, you look at a tree, if there's some nice water around, if you're lucky enough for that, wherever you are, just really focus on that for a couple of minutes. Some people like to record that with their phone so they have it for later. You could really just be in the moment with it. My message about nature is if you have a little bit of an impulse to go outside, to walk around the block, you feel like I need some air, I can't breathe, I'm really annoyed right now, do it. Open the window, open the patio door, take a few deep breaths. It doesn't have to be a big hike. It can be anything. Yeah, open the window, open the door, go outside, stand in the grass for a minute, look up at the sky. It can help your nervous system. Gratitude is another kind of buzzword, but there's great research on it really being helpful for us. There was one study that compared participants. There were 3 groups of participants, and so they all received counseling, and the first group was also instructed to write a letter of gratitude to another person each week for 3 weeks. The second group was asked to write about their deepest thoughts and feelings about negative experiences, and the third group didn't do any writing. So compared with the participants who wrote about negative experiences or only got counseling, those who wrote letters of gratitude reported significantly better mental health. So like short-term and then long-term after. This isn't something that works instantly necessarily, but it can be really interesting to kind of get curious about. Sometimes I will like wake up and try to think of a few tiny things like I'm so excited for this coffee. I'm excited to be alone for a couple minutes. I'm comfortable right now. And it can be a helpful kind of practice to explore. The gratitude's benefits can take time, but it can help us. Even if you don't share it, just thinking about it, writing it down, it can be a great resource. So that's something to think a little bit about. They also found in the research that people writing the letters use the term we a lot, which kind of has this team and community feel, which is, it shifts things. If you'd like to, please feel free to think about a few things that you feel grateful for in this moment or anytime today, and you can share those or not. This is another quick skill. So there's gratitude, that's great. But sometimes we really aren't in a place where we can, where we're thriving in that kind of way and can think about that much. What do we do when we're really stuck and our mental health is suffering and we just don't want to make it worse? We just don't want to have things get worse. So one thing to keep in mind is going to your doctor during a pandemic can be really challenging. I've had patients get sick or have injuries and really, during the pandemic, and it's hard to want to go to the doctor, but it can really impact our mental health, our mood, our emotional regulation. So just treating physical illness, making that appointment with your neurologist if you feel like maybe I need to check in with your primary care doctor, whoever it is. Any of those like healthcare needs can be really important to treat for our mood and for how we're feeling overall. We know about balanced eating, and I didn't do a great job of that at Halloween with all my Kit Kats, but we all know about that. Avoiding, if you're really stressed out with your mental health, one thing that can be protective is just avoiding anything mood altering like alcohol, kind of taking that off the table to assess how you're doing, to assess your mood and your stress. Sleep, we know, is wonderful, and moving your body a little bit, whatever that looks like for you, can be really helpful. And self-soothing with your 5 senses, it's great to listen to music. I'm sure a lot of you love to do that, to look at a book that might have beautiful pictures in it, an art book or something soothing, using scent, whatever is helpful to soothe. And the stress cycle. So some of you may have learned about this recently because Drs. Amelia and Emily Nagowski have written about it in a book called Burnout. And this is, I'm wrapping this up now, but so our stress, what they talk about is that stress is stored in our bodies. And a lot of times our feelings have a beginning, middle, and end. And we assume because we remove a stressor from our lives, like I had a problem and I solved it, or I had a really stressful event, but it's over, I should feel better. Really, to release, it's kind of like a tunnel. We have to go all the way through. So to release the stress of an emotion, we have to go to all the way through to the other end of the tunnel, to the other side, to the light. We have to release it in a physiological way. So here are 7 ways that you can do that and that you can keep in mind to kind of release it from your body. And I think they can be helpful. So mindful breathing, moving your body, creative expression. And I had to think of Camp Achieve for all of these because it's just full of people breaking through their stress cycles. The creative talent show, the sharing, the laughing, the crying, being the positive social connections. Like what a great community. And even going to a support group, this could happen. You could have that positive social connection that you needed to feel better, to release some of the stress that you're experiencing physiologically. All the gaga that's played there. And the yoga. So I think, yeah, that's a great example of people really doing this. We should all try to aspire to that. Another thing I wanted to point out is that our roles can really shift in our families. So an example of that is my patient, Barbara. Her mom has Alzheimer's. She used to be an English teacher and doesn't remember a lot now. They actually moved from a small apartment into a house during the pandemic, which was very exciting. And sometimes Barbara is someone that needs the support and needs the help navigating certain things. And sometimes she's more the caregiver herself. They have a kind of loft balcony. And recently she told me she was popping up and like reciting Romeo and Juliet a little bit to make her mom, who could remember the English literature piece of things, laugh, or she would kind of break out and dance because she loves musical theater, or pop up and surprise her. So there she is taking care of her mom, and sometimes the person who might be living with epilepsy is the person that's protecting their siblings. Sometimes they're the caregiver. We're always shifting roles. And I think that can be helpful to keep in mind. These are some, and I can share more about this. Mobile crisis resources can be very helpful in an emergency. If you Google your county and mobile crisis, they can come to your house, they wear masks, they'll do a health screening first, and they can help assess if you're really in a pinch and having a situation that you feel like is escalating, or you need an assessment and some help. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for being with me today. I really appreciate it. And thanks for hanging in with me I'm taking up a lot of time. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Caitlin, for a wonderful presentation. At this time, if anyone has any questions, please put them in the chat box. We do have a few minutes. One question we did have for you, Caitlin, was when you're talking about coping skills, and it was related to what kind of boundaries go in with coping skills.
Boundaries, that I wanted to get to. So boundaries are huge. Yeah, so boundaries, I like to think of boundaries as starting to think a little bit about and consider, what do I need in this situation? So what is most helpful? Yeah, what do I really need? And starting there, starting to train yourself to evaluate, what if I really thought about my needs and what I do need, what I don't need, and started to play with communicating with those. Boundaries are really complicated with families. They take a lot of practice. I like to think of it, instead of just setting a boundary, like set it and forget it and it's over, which can be really scary, building it, kind of playing with it, seeing what works for you. A lot of times we have to sort of have these conversations multiple times. But boundaries are really important. It's kind of like giving someone a key and saying, this is what you need to do, or this is what my needs are for you to kind of get through this door. I want to have this relationship. I want this to work. And here is how. This is what I need. And yeah, and I would be glad to do future sessions for skills if anyone's interested for caregivers or for people living with epilepsy to talk more.
Yes, absolutely. That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Sure.
All right. Do we have any other questions? Okay, well, thank you so much, Caitlin. It was a wonderful presentation. We really appreciate you taking the time to present to our community today. I really benefited from hearing that, and it was really fascinating. But everyone, we are going to take a little break, and our next speaker is going to be at 10:15. All right, everyone. So I want to go ahead and introduce our next speaker, Dr. Carla LoPinto-Khoury. She is an epileptologist who currently practices at Temple University School of Medicine as an associate professor. She is originally from Yonkers, New York, and attended medical school at New York University School of Medicine. She completed her training in neurology, epilepsy, and neurophysiology at Thomas Jefferson University Hospital in Philadelphia before her current position. She is a fellow of the American Epilepsy Society and member of the American Academy of Neurology, and she has written several articles and textbook chapters on neurology and epilepsy. When she is not caring for her patients, teaching residents and medical students, or reading EEGs, she loves to spend time with her family, enjoys cooking and making crafts with her 2 daughters. So at this time, I'm going to hand it over to you, Dr. LoPinto-Khoury.
Thank you so much for that introduction. So I will
stop sharing.
Presentation. All right, so good morning, everyone, and thanks for inviting me to speak at the Epilepsy Education Exchange. I'm really excited to be talking to you about the doctor-patient relationship, specifically for epilepsy. So as a doctor, I feel privileged. I'm grateful to be able to take care of many patients with epilepsy, and the doctor-patient relationship is something that we as doctors really hold dear to us. So what makes a good doctor-patient relationship? I have had the opportunity to teach and mentor many medical students, and I'm often asked this question, and I ask this of my students and my trainees: why do you want to be a neurologist? And I've read essays on this and had multiple conversations on the topic. It seems that the students who went into and excelled in the field of neurology typically had one basic response. They found the brain fascinating and they felt a gratification from helping those who had serious illness. And over the years, I've seen students, trainees branch out into the different fields of neurology. One thing that I see driving them into fields that treat patients with epilepsy and similar chronic conditions is not only this calling to help the people who are living with the serious illnesses, and a fascination with the brain, but in particular, a deep interest in the story of the patient. So let me tell you my story of becoming a neurologist. It started when I was in high school. I liked biology, computers, and math, and I thought I wanted to actually be a computer engineer that programmed systems in the biomedical sciences. But my career path changed when a project had me working in a hospital, and I was exposed to what being a doctor is and the more human understanding of the medical condition. And I discovered the field of neurology while I was in medical school. So while many of my classmates couldn't wait to get through their neurosciences courses, I spent hours drawing color-coded maps of the brain. And when I went through my clinical rotations, I was actually criticized for spending a lot of time with some of my patients. As it turned out, those patients were the ones with complex problems that inevitably involved the brain and the nervous system. And finally, in residency, I spent time at the Epilepsy Center, and that made me want to subspecialize as an epileptologist. I was really happy that I got to spend time talking to my patients and learning about their individual stories. And not only that, I was able to also use computer technology like EEG and MRI to help understand their brains. So let me go into the history of the doctor-patient relationship. The word doctor comes from a word that means teacher. Ultimately, that's still the core of what we do in a way. And the famous Hippocratic oath that comes from the ancient Greek philosophers still recited upon entering medical school. I recited it. I'll say a small excerpt: into whatever homes I go, I will enter them for the benefit of the sick, avoiding any voluntary act of impropriety or corruption. Whatever I see or hear in the lives of my patients, whether in connection with my professional practice or not, which ought not to be spoken of outside, I will keep secret, as considering all such things to be private. So we do take this oath still as a sacred vow. And for many years, the model of the doctor-patient relationship was the paternalistic model. And that meant that the doctor always knew what's best. And this might limit the amount of information that a doctor would give to a patient. However, in the 1960s, a new model came into play, and this was starting to be called the mutual participation model. This was based on a belief that there was equality amongst human beings, and this was mutually advantageous. In this model, the doctor doesn't always claim to know what's best. And in order for this model to work, it's important that the interaction between the doctor and the patient is based on equal power, mutual independence, and equal satisfaction, which ultimately will allow the patients to take care of themselves. And this model led to our current concept of the patient-centered model, where we stress the importance of informed consent and good communication as essential to the education of our patients and shared decision-making. So again, communication is key. And this is how we get to understand the story of the patient. So when a patient first comes into my office, first thing I do is I ask them, how are you feeling today? So that's not just small talk. It's part of the history taking. In medical school, we were taught to start with open-ended questions like, tell me about your seizures, and then move on to more specific targeted questions. For instance, what side of your head hurts? So this process is crucial to me being able to understand my patient's story so I can diagnose and treat them. And I say most of my patients appreciate the opportunity to tell their story, and that alone, giving them the careful listening ear, helps build a relationship. Not everyone likes to open up, and I get that. We can work through it. For instance, somebody can tell me, well, it's all in my records. If I ask them, maybe they're tired of answering questions. Maybe they can't remember. And that brings me to the issue of medical records. And as many of you who are patients will know, they can be helpful but incomplete, since every doctor's note is ultimately a reflection of their own perceptions and their own opinions. It's important for me to try to learn the truth from the patient myself and form my own opinions. So maybe I'll start by reading or referring to a doctor's last note, like, well, it says in Dr. Smith's note that, you had seizures while you were on Keppra, but the patient might confirm it or say, no, actually I had side effects on Keppra. And then we can take that and have a discussion from there. And communication can present other challenges. For instance, using an interpreter can add a potential for miscommunication, even with the best, most professional interpreters. And then there's the issue of the words we use. In the epilepsy world, the words change all the time. As doctors, we're expected to use the most up-to-date terminology, but when I talk to patients, I want to use and understand their words. Even back in med school, the textbooks were using older terms like grand mal and petit mal and epileptic, and then the phrases complex and simple partial seizures became the medically accepted terms. Then 10 years ago, new phrases came in, like focal seizures with or without impairment of awareness, generalized seizures, motor and non-motor seizures, and persons with epilepsy instead of epileptic came into accepted use. And then words like anticonvulsants used to describe medicines we use gave way to anti-epileptic drugs, and now anti-seizure medications is the preferred term. So while some of my patients wish to keep themselves educated on the medical terminology, which is wonderful, most patients I treat actually use words that they're comfortable with. So maybe they have a seizure without motor activity. They might say that's a small seizure or a light seizure, or they may use a term like petit mal, which is fine. When I get into the history or story collecting mode, my goal is really to learn the language of my patient. And then later when I'm into the counseling time, which not to say that's really formally separate all the time, but then I'll share maybe medically correct terminology as part of education. But really learning the words and phrases of the medical community is never as important as learning keys to self-management. I like this quote from Dr. Schechter regarding how the doctor-patient relationships changed for the epilepsy world. So let me read it to you. Perhaps the single most important driver underlying the changing pattern of communication in epileptology in the modern era has been the change in the aim of epilepsy treatment from a singular focus on controlling seizures, no matter what the associated consequences, to enabling a person with epilepsy to live their full potential, free from the interfering effects of seizures and treatment. So in that vein, once I've gathered the information I need for my patient, it's time for me to work on medical decision-making. And this includes starting or changing therapies and guiding my patients to good self-management. In the paternalistic model, that older model of the doctor-patient relationship, that would involve me making choices for my patient and presenting the best option, in my opinion, as the only option. Now, while there are still patients who really prefer that, I not give them the multiple options. My feeling is that if you're zooming in here today, you're more likely to be interested in the patient-centered model of care. So in this model, the medical decision-making is a shared process, and that's really, in my view, the best way to reach a good outcome when my patients feel empowered in reaching their goals. And when we talk about the goals of care for epilepsy, we really need to make sure the goals are realistic. So for some patients, this will mean complete seizure freedom, but for others, balancing the burden of treatment side effects, seizure reduction to optimize quality of life, or helping that individual attain their goals to attend school or perform work are more important than complete seizure freedom. So case in point, this is a really common situation that comes up in my clinic when the seizure frequency increases. The first decision is whether we increase therapy, like going up on medication or increasing the dose of neurostimulation. However, if that therapy is already starting to impair that person's quality of life, like with side effects, maybe increasing the therapy is not the better option. Maybe the better option is to reduce triggers, change therapy altogether, or seek accommodations. But this really involves a back and forth open discussion with the patient to understand how things really affect them and to have them understand the level of risk. And that's why, of course, there's a relationship with a person after all, otherwise I'd be replaced completely with a computer. So, you know, we're at a point where we have so many options, so many medications, so many surgical treatments and devices. And I think of my role as helping my patient navigate those options. And this is another good quote from the Lancet. Neurologists and family doctors know that successful treatment of epilepsy goes beyond seizure control, important as that is, and includes enabling patients to participate and be accepted by society. Not only here we're talking about the individual's ability to be accepted by society, but I believe this really starts a conversation about how we as doctors can enable our patients to be accepted through more societal change, and whether that's through education of the public to reduce stigma, or participating in awareness campaigns like the Walk for Epilepsy, which hopefully we can do this coming year in person. I think one of the things I personally can do more of is being a public educator. And for instance, I felt really good when I posted a seizure safety post on social media, and my sister-in-law was able to help a child who happened to be at her house, a neighbor's child who had a seizure. And she told me that it was because she had recently read that post. On my daughter's career day, I was able to read this book that you see in the bottom right corner here, Sometimes I Get the Wiggles. And I read this to a group of first graders, and it was about you know, being a friend to a child with epilepsy and to be really an epilepsy superhero to help them. And it was really fun, and it really allowed me to feel like I had made a difference in educating people very early about what epilepsy is. But I'm an adult epilepsy specialist. So one of the things I encounter is a patient's own negative stigma about epilepsy. And so I work to break through those barriers. For instance, they may think epilepsy is only something that starts in childhood, it doesn't affect them. And then they may have negative preconceptions about seizures or treatment. And then the family needs to be educated about that too. And sometimes even other healthcare workers, you know, as we know, may not fully understand things. For instance, you know, I had a recent person who was over medicated, but the caregivers around them were not really aware that that wasn't really part of the treatment. And so, you know, once we made a medication change, things improved a lot and they weren't aware that that was possible. So barriers, right? So no matter what we do, there's always things that are not in our control. As patients and doctors, we really have little to say about what the insurance companies dictate. We can, of course, appeal, but sometimes that means that a well thought out plan that I may form with the patient gets derailed when the insurance company may unexpectedly deny coverage. I always do try to warn my patients about this, but then it can come about unexpected for different reasons. And at that point, my patient may feel like maybe I've guided them wrong. And especially if the insurance company can write something on a letter like, well, your doctor didn't provide us with information, despite the fact that, you know, me and my colleagues, we always work a lot on making sure that our documentation justifies the tests and treatments that we order. And then there's the problem, what happens when healthcare organizations make changes? So in my case, I worked at Hahnemann that closed last year, and then my department closed. I had to find a new place to work. Fortunately, Temple was able to give me a spot where I could see many of my patients that I was caring for many years. But not all the patients could see me there for different reasons, insurance or location, and even getting their records sometimes proved to be a challenge. So ultimately, my situation is actually not that unique in the past 10 years or so, and it can really hurt the patient. I don't offer any solution, but you know, just understand that we doctors, we don't have control over this most of the time either. Then if the doctor-patient relationship has all these barriers from external forces, how can we still make this relationship work the best for us? Well, like any relationship, there's two parts that can be controlled: the behavior of the doctor and the behavior of the patient. So the responsibility of the physician, and as physicians, we always feel very responsible. We take it very seriously. And our technical expertise is something that we spend years working on and are constantly updating this. The reason to see a neurologist who has expertise in epilepsy is that we can confidently give you that highest level of expertise. But also, doctors are responsible for knowing their limits. So that means that we may have to refer our patient to another specialist if we think that we cannot offer them that expertise. And I understand the wish to have just one doctor in this day and age. And, you know, for instance, my parents always complain to me, well, I have to have one doctor for my left foot and one doctor for my right foot. But in reality, medicine just has so much to learn that even the brightest minds can't fit it all in. And the next role that we doctors must assume is that of the listener. Listening takes your eyes, your ears, and time. We talked about communication and open-ended conversation, but time for that is finite. Every doctor's practice is different. Primary care doctors may only have 10 or 15 minutes per patient. I'm luckier as a specialist. I get a half an hour allotted for all my patients. But then how come sometimes I spend 45 minutes with someone or more or less? Sometimes that means I run an hour behind in my clinic. Sometimes that means one patient feels like they did not get enough time. Maybe I was on call. Maybe the hospital kept calling me. Maybe a patient in the next room went into status epilepticus. I had to arrange urgent care. It doesn't mean I won't want to make up a lack of attentiveness at a next visit or phone call. And then honesty. So it's an art to give bad news to my patients, and one that I'm always working on to try to be as honest as possible. But sometimes I feel like I'm too blunt. Some days I think I should be more direct. It never feels good to admit also you've made a mistake, but we're all human. And then also know that a doctor is not supposed to burden their patient with too much personal information. So if I have a schedule change because of a personal reason, the patients may not know about that, not just to protect my privacy, but to just prevent them from needlessly worrying about something else. Overall honesty should mean, though, that you know your diagnosis, your treatment options. And there's, in fact, a new act called the Cures Act. It's been passed saying that patients should have access to their doctor's notes. So I think this will make it easier in the future, I hope, for patients to know their whole story. And that brings me to my next issue of confidentiality. So everything that I document in my patient's notes is confidential. It's only shared with the patient or other healthcare workers for purposes of patient care, or in the case of the medical students who are part of the care team for the purpose of teaching future doctors. The only thing I want to tell you is that there are times when we might face situations that challenge the boundaries of confidentiality. Often I encounter this if I treat a young adult. They may not want their parents to know details about their diagnosis, or maybe they used alcohol or drugs. If there's someone in your family you feel like you don't want your doctor to share information with, it's important to state it. Sometimes all those situations of caregivers and parents are not always clear cut. And non-judgment's another responsibility that I believe we have as doctors. So in the epilepsy world, I think the most common example of this is when my patient tells me they haven't taken their medication. And I just want you to know that we don't judge you for being human. But if there seems like there's an ongoing pattern of not taking meds regularly, then we want to explore that. For instance, is it the side effects? Is it the scheduling? So that we can know if there's something that can be changed. And maybe it's a fear from patients that they'll be judged for other things like their religious, their national background. Fortunately, cultural competency is something that's being taught more and more in medical schools these days. And schools are purposefully ramping up their diversity in recruitment in order to help reduce the cultural barriers between patients and physicians. But in the meantime, while the medical field catches up, I think that patients should not feel judged by physicians based on differences. I think that my colleagues in the field are in general welcoming, open-minded people, but feeling judged, if you do, is something I wouldn't want in any relationship, least of all with my doctor. And last but not least, there's respect. So from the doctor, this includes respect for differences, like what I was just saying, but it means that we doctors represent the autonomy of our patients to make decisions that we might not consider to be in their best interest, so long as we're doing our job of informing them. And although the responsibility in the doctor-patient relationship really lies heavily on the doctor, there are some things that we want to have and expect from our patients for a good relationship. So the first is presence. So it's very important when you're not present for your doctor's visit. And nowadays, you know, we use that term ghosting when you don't show up, right? You know, I'm not talking about just missing an appointment because of an emergency now and then. And I think most offices do have some fair policies about, you know, how many appointments you can miss. But if there's a regular pattern of not showing up for appointments or tests, then there's really no way to build a relationship. Honesty is essential both ways. So I need to know the details of your seizures, what you were doing at the time, if you had a few drinks or smoked, you know, a different batch of marijuana, and in return, you expect the non-judgment from me, right? And the only exceptions to that confidentiality rule, though, is in cases where the law requires I intervene for safety. So this includes driving restrictions in PA, as you know, or if a patient reveals that they're a danger to themselves or others. So also, if you're seeing another neurologist, it's okay to get a second opinion. Please be honest so that I can know how to help, what other tests have they done, what treatments they're trying, so that, you know, we don't have any unfortunate situations of interactions, things like that. And the third responsibility is respect. So I mentioned that physicians respect patients with regards to their backgrounds and manage, and also their autonomy in making decisions. And as their doctor, I expect that the patient will have respect for my time, the other patients I see, and also for our medical team. So we all recognize when you have epilepsy or really any medical problem, this is an extremely difficult, if not the worst time for you. And it's natural to have frustration, the hardworking staff that picks up the phone first in the waiting room, or the technician who runs the test. Everybody understands that. Sometimes they're the first to hear their frustration, and so long as your frustration doesn't turn into abuse, then that's understandable. And speaking of the medical team, it's a good reminder, none of us functions in a vacuum. So typically in a neurology practice that is dedicated to treating epilepsy patients, there will be a team that sees you. Most patients have a neurologist like me, which could be an MD or a DO, but some will have a surgeon and a neuropsychologist, a nurse or nurse practitioner, or a physician assistant that can help. And a neuropsychologist is someone who is a psychologist with a specialty in evaluating patients with neurological disorders. They can give us valuable insights into someone's memory and neurological function and psychological conditions that affect the treatment of their epilepsy. Sometimes they can do therapy, often they're seen for assessments only. A nurse can give medical news or advice, does not prescribe medications, while nurse practitioners and physician assistants may see you for a visit and prescribe tests or medications, and usually with some type of backup from a physician. And a medical assistant will take your vital signs, ask you for your medications, and help with other tasks. And they may be stationed at the front desk taking calls or scheduling appointments. We also have several levels of trainees. Medical students are learning to be doctors, but they already have a fair amount of knowledge under their belts before they're allowed to see patients. And they should always be introduced to you as such. Residents are doctors, even though they're in training, which is like an apprenticeship. Residents have a license that is a training license, meaning that they have supervision or backup from an attending physician, but they can prescribe most medications without an attending, like myself, to co-assign their prescriptions. A fellow is a physician who has completed both their medical degree and their residency training. They can function as an independent neurologist if they wanted, but they have decided to spend a few year or 3 extra on subspecialty training. In the case of epilepsy or clinical neurophysiology, they're learning how to read and interpret EEGs, do intracranial EEG interpretation, and might see patients in a clinic with more independence than a resident would. So how can you as a patient make the doctor-patient relationship work for you? There are ways to make the most out of your scheduled visits with efficiency. So like I said, time's not finite. It's best not to take up minutes of a visit just trying to remember what medicines you're taking or when your last seizure was or which hospital you visited last. These things can come with you in a folder on a piece of paper, or you can get tech savvy and use an app for your seizure diary. So this up here is a screenshot of the epilepsy.com app, My Seizure Diary. But there are other ones out there you can use, basically whatever makes it easiest for you to keep track. Some apps even have ways you can print out your diaries and give it to your doctor to visit, and even more technologically, exciting ways to do things. But, of course, then bring your list of questions too, right? So I too have had the problem of sitting in a chair at a doctor's office and just sort of blanking as to, what it was I wanted to know. And sometimes if a patient brings their list of questions, I'll just read it to them, and then, we can have a discussion from there. So that's the best way to be prepared. And getting the most out of the visit ultimately means leaving with a plan for what we call self-management, which I've mentioned before. So this could mean avoidance of triggers, taking your medications more regularly or at a different schedule, seizure safety plans. And the concept of self-management is very powerful, because if there are things you can do to help affect your epilepsy, then, this can make a huge difference. Make sure you know what to do if you have another seizure or if seizures get worse, and what to expect if you start a new therapy. Make sure you know if there's another test your doctor is asking you to do, when to do it, when should you follow up with your doctor. So often this is all printed out or sent in some electronic form at the end of a visit, but it's okay to ask to double check. That's why we have the visits. And as Caitlin Rice just gave a fantastic presentation about caregiver stress, I will go into how caregivers work with doctor-patient relationships. So as we know, epilepsy involves more than just the doctor and the patient. When my patient has epilepsy, their whole family gets affected. And when there's a minor, somebody under the age of 18, that person's unable to give consent for treatment by themselves legally. And the doctor needs then to have a strong relationship and communication with their parents or guardians. However, as the child matures, then there's a concept of assent. And that means that the child should still agree and be agreeable to what's going on, so long as that's reasonable. And when children start to transition to adulthood, that can lead to a whole different dynamic for the family. Once they're 18, they're legally adults. They give their own consents for treatment in many instances. And it's normal for parents who have been the ones managing their care for so long to still have a big influence and gradually transition responsibility for self-management, like taking their medications themselves, filling their meds, talking to their doctors on their own. And as I mentioned before, there can be situations in which a patient wants their doctor to stop communicating everything with their parent. And legally they can do so, although I might mention it to a patient if I think that their parents might want to know what's going on or if I think it will be helpful. But I still have to respect their autonomy if they choose to keep information from their family. In cases where a patient might have profound cognitive disability, then of course their caregivers, maybe their parents, will continue to be the main person communicating with me throughout their lives and provide consent, of course. It really doesn't get said often enough what an important thing it is to have family and caregivers who can support a person with epilepsy. Unfortunately, I've seen that there's quite a few people out there who really don't have that support. So, I really admire everything that my patients' family and caregivers do for them, because without that, where would we as patients or doctors be? And what I think really makes a difficult conversation with a patient is when we have to give bad news. And one of the things that's worse for us as doctors is to tell a person that they can't drive. So even if that's temporary. So I've been practicing in Pennsylvania since training, and the 6-month restriction can be an eternity for those who need to drive to work or make appointments. In Pennsylvania, we have the mandatory reporting law, which is not the case for the majority of the United States. So this is something that can be quite difficult. And sometimes we don't have the luxury of already having an established doctor-patient relationship before we're required to tell this to a new patient. Depression and anxiety and suicidal thoughts are things that I think can be very difficult for patients to discuss. It's really common in epilepsy, and it can be just related to treatment too. I like to work with a person's behavioral health team, make sure that their psychological states are being addressed, but I do need to also discuss this with my patients as well. Not the least difficult of the conversations is about SUDEP, the sudden unexplained death in epilepsy. And that talk is happening more and more with my patients as we physicians and patients are starting to become more aware of this. I've been surprised that many of my patients are reading about it and really don't bring it up at the appointments, but I do encourage you to bring this up with your doctor so that you can discuss your individual risk and how it's being addressed. I think no talk this year would be complete without a discussion about telehealth. In fact, before the coronavirus, many healthcare companies were already offering telehealth visits, but now with changes to rules, more of us are allowed to do visits by telehealth. And it can be a really great thing for patients who do not live near a neurologist. The good news is many of my visits can be completed on telehealth and supplement in-person visits, particularly with epilepsy and follow-up visits. The issues that I see are that not all my patients have access to good technology like a tablet or a smartphone or fast internet. And then there are some cases where you really have to have an in-person visit, like for neurostimulation programming. But overall, I think telehealth has been a very good thing. I hope that in the future, past the pandemic, we're able to use it more and incorporate it as just another service that we can provide to improve our patient access to care. So that really brings me to the end of my content in the talk, but this is a photo of my daughter 8 years ago. She was acting like an epileptologist herself, reading an EEG. And this is actually a reminder to me and to everybody that often we as doctors, we feel like we're in our infancy. We have so much to learn ourselves, whether this is about new advances in the field or learning just about our patient's history. So every journey is a work in progress, and so is the relationship between a patient and their doctor. And last, here's a drawing that my daughter made earlier this year, letting all of us who are in the epilepsy world know that we need to keep going, and that everyone who works toward taking care of patients and brains, patients and everyone in caregivers in the healthcare community, you rock. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
This was the picture, sorry, I forgot to.
No, that's okay. That's a great picture. Oh. Well, thank you so much, Dr. LoPinto-Khoury. That was a wonderful presentation. Right now, we're going to take some time for questions and answers. So if anyone has any questions, please submit them in the chat box, and I will make sure to read them out loud. Okay, so we do have one question. It says, we used to see a neurologist and neurosurgeon when my son was covered under my insurance. He has a VP shunt and has not had any revisions to his shunt since it was implanted. He is on Medicare, so I don't know how many choices we have any longer. Do those covered by Medicare have options to have further consultations?
Oh, well, that's a very good question. So those are really specific reasons why somebody would need to see a neurosurgeon for a follow-up. So actually, you're asking about just sort of Medicare in general. I think what I would do in your situation is speak directly with your son's neurologist and ask them if they believe that it's necessary for them to have a follow-up visit with a neurosurgeon. I do, manage multiple patients who've had VP shunts implanted during childhood, and there hasn't, for many of them, there's not a need to see a neurosurgeon if there's no signs that it's malfunctioning.
Great, thank you. All right, so we still have some time for any questions. So if anyone has any, please feel free to submit them in the chat box. So another question we have is, do you have someone there who specializes in Sturgeon-Weber syndrome in adults?
So I think that the question pertains to my epilepsy center at Temple Neurosciences. So at Temple in the Department of Neurology, where we treat adults, we do have 5 epileptologists currently and multiple other neurologists too. As epileptologists who treat adults, we have expertise to see epilepsy from a wide range of conditions, and that does include Sturge-Weber syndrome.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. So again, we still do have some time. So again, feel free if you have any questions, please feel free to submit them in the chat box. And one question we do have is, can you speak a little bit about sunflower syndrome?
I can speak a little bit about sunflower syndrome. So sort of this, this condition in which children sort of self-induce seizures because they are photosensitive. So, you know, they may be out in the sunlight and then they may put their hand over their eyes like this, and that causes what is essentially a photic stimulation. And if they have a type of reflex epilepsy, which is the most common type of photosensitive epilepsy, then they may actually induce seizures. And oftentimes those are in patients with absence seizures. It's something that I actually have not seen that in adults, but it is well documented, you know, in the children's literature, and many neurologists who treat, you know, pediatric epilepsy, you know, are familiar with it more than myself.
Great, thank you very much. So again, we do have time for 1 or 2 more questions if anyone has any. So another question we have is, what is the diagnosis of non-epileptic psychological seizures?
Okay, so the question, what is the diagnosis? Non-epileptic psychological seizures, also known as psychogenic non-epileptic seizures. Sometimes doctors will say psychogenic non-epileptic events. So this is a condition where the person has a tendency to have certain events that can look like epileptic seizures. So, you know, for all intents and purposes, they have the behavior pattern of seizures, but they're not caused by epilepsy. So they're not caused by a chemical and electrical change in the brain. And this, this condition is actually quite common. And, you know, but it is based on sort of legitimate psychological condition and should be addressed in those patients as well.
Okay, great, thank you very much. And we do have another question. Someone is asking, can you give any information on your experience with the new medication called Zomacicide.
Yes, so I believe that they're asking about zonisamide. The brand name for that was Zonegran before it was available generic. This is a medication that's actually been around for quite a few years, so even before I started my attending practice. At the time that I was in training, it had already been out in use and approved in the United States, but was previously before that approved for quite a few years in Japan. So this is a medication that is effective in treating seizures. In fact, there's actually very little scientific evidence that when you take the whole group of people with epilepsy as a whole, that any one medication is much better or worse. It has proven efficacy, and that's why it's approved as use as a seizure medication. I encourage everybody to speak to your own doctor about the specific, reasons why you're on it, what dose you should be on, how you should take it, interactions, and side effects.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And it looks like we do have time for another question or two. So again, if you have any, please feel free to submit them. Okay, so we do have another question. My son has been having a lot of arm shaking. He had a 24-hour EEG to show them. He had to push a button when he felt the seizure to indicate that they should look at the EEG to see if it shows any seizure activity. They did not find any seizure activity when his arm was shaking. Could this be non-epileptic?
So that's, very good question. Ultimately, this will be decided by your son's physician after reviewing the study. So just in general, shaking of any part of the body, be it the arm, the head, the leg, can be from many different causes. So it doesn't only have to be epilepsy. And an EEG is helpful to rule in or out seizures, but it really needs to have, a qualified physician to interpret the results in the context of your son's particular history and exam.
Wonderful, thank you. And then we do have another question. With the medicine you just spoke about, what is the success rate for grand mal seizures?
So you were asking probably about zonisamide or Zonegran, and it is approved for partial onset seizures, but I have seen, efficacy with grand mal or generalized tonic-clonic seizures as well. Overall, there's about a third of patients who do not respond to medications, period, after the first or second try with medications. Going deep into the initial FDA published, approval studies that looked at zonisamide, that efficacy rate may be different now, especially, and it depends on the individual and what other medications are and what type of cause there are for the grand mal seizures.
Great, thank you very much. And it looks like we'll have time for another question that we just came in. It looks like many patients with epilepsy also suffer from anxiety and depression. These conditions make you more vulnerable to addiction. Has there been any research that's been done on connection between epilepsy and addiction?
So that's an excellent question. I think the answer at this point is that clearly not enough, because I don't feel like I have a good answer to, what are the links. But you're absolutely right that depression and anxiety are risk factors for addiction. And it's very common in patients with epilepsy too. I would imagine, and also based on sort of a general experience I have clinically, that that persons with epilepsy can be more susceptible to addiction, not because of the epilepsy, but because of the associated anxiety and depression, like you said.
Great, thank you very much. And thank you everyone for all your questions. Those were wonderful. We are going to take a 10-minute break before our next speaker, beginning at 11:15. So again, thank you very much, Dr. LoPinto-Khoury, for taking the time and presenting to our community today and answering everyone's questions. It was a really great presentation.
Thank you so much. Sam, thank you for having me.
Absolutely, thank you. All right, everyone. So I am going to go ahead and introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Bruce Sham. Bruce has dedicated his practice of over 30 years to working with families with children with special needs. He has done extensive work in the family business markets, estate planning for closely held businesses, and focuses on executive benefits and all forms of employee benefit packages. Bruce prides himself on his training and development efforts with new and experienced agents in taking their practices to the next level. He has been successfully recruiting and training agents since 1984. So at this time, I'm going to hand it over to you, Bruce.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen.
Absolutely.
Okay, can you see this?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So Shaman, thanks for that very nice introduction. And I know probably like many of you, we all went outside and listened to Caitlin and did a little breathing during our break. That was just wonderful. All the speakers are just terrific. And thank you so much for having me back. Sue, we're going to miss you. Some of my favorite memories of Sue is throwing out the first pitch at the Phillies game a number of years ago. I'm very sorry that we have not been able to do a Phillies game this year, but that is something that we have done for years and invited at least 50 families from the foundation to participate. So hopefully, for the new executives, hopefully next year we'll be back and able to do that. When I introduce myself, I like to just say that I'm a parent myself, and I've had the opportunity to be one of the first 6 advisors in the country to become certified in this type of planning. And I take it very seriously. And I basically have dedicated my practice. So I think I need to update that intro. I have dedicated my practice over the past 16 years to helping families who are dealing with loved ones with all forms of different types of special needs. So I'm going to address many of these things. Okay, now this is not working. So Shaman, I'm not able to advance the presentation.
If you try hitting your space bar, does it work for you?
Okay, there you go. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So when I began to embrace special needs planning, this was sort of the key question that kept me up at night, right? How can we ensure that our child or loved one with special needs will have that solid financial foundation for a secure, comfortable, and meaningful life, especially when we are no longer alive? Think about that for a minute. It is really, really scary. I think it is important to talk to your family. Now, obviously, this is my family many, many years ago. And I think often we don't talk about what our thoughts are and what our plans are. And I show this picture because the little one in the pink dress, who is becoming a mother next month, and we actually have her baby shower today. But I remember when she was about 5 or 6 years old, she came into our room and said, Dad, there's something wrong with me. I said, what do you mean, Mal? What's wrong? She says, I don't want to take care of Amanda. And I was like, Mal, why would you be thinking that? She says, well, my wife is one of 3 children, also girl, boy, girl, and my wife is the youngest of 3 children, and we were taking care of her mother. And Mallory said, I don't know that I want to take care of Amanda. And I was like, well, Mal, that was never part of the equation. And our hope is that you'll be sisters and that maybe Amanda will be the maid of honor at your wedding someday. And you will be just a good sister to her. So I think it is very, very important that you talk to your family, because if they're not bringing it up, they are thinking it. Okay. So who are the essential participants that need to be involved in this type of planning? Obviously, the parents and other family members, but often when I meet families, they are here by themselves. They may be single families. They don't have others that can serve in that capacity as a future guardian or trustee. Who are the professional advisors in the organizations, and obviously the support that you receive from the Epilepsy Foundation. All of these organizations are critically important to help you and guide you as you begin this planning process. Also during the pandemic, we have found that many of the special needs organizations are really working hard to provide virtual programs for our children. Many of us parents are working at home and we're caring for children. We're trying to navigate their Zoom meetings, their Zoom classroom meetings. It's really become a challenge. So all of these resources need to be embraced. When you are looking at this type of planning, and I know for many of us, it's a little scary. I see people that are on the conference who I've met many years ago, and I get calls from folks that, 5 years later, hey, Bruce, my son is turning 18. I know you said there are some critical dates that we have to be aware of because different services and benefits become available. I also received a call from a woman just Friday that her son was turning 21, and she had never really thought about applying for any of these government benefits or programs. And as I continue in the presentation, I'm going to really stress the importance of getting applications into Social Security if you feel that at some point your child or loved one may not be fully gainfully employed. Okay, and I know those of us who live with epilepsy and live with family members with seizure disorders, we don't necessarily think of them as again, typical disabled. They don't present. My daughter always says, Dad, I don't present as a special needs child. I'm not blind. I don't have Down syndrome. Why am I a special needs child? And just as Dr. Carla mentioned, just not being able to drive, all the things that maybe they see their other siblings doing that they're not able to do, it really becomes a reality as they get older, okay? So you wanna make sure that you apply for Social Security, because if you have not applied and you have not been at least approved for benefits, even if our children are working, God willing, they are able to work and make some money, but maybe they're never going to make the kind of incomes that can truly support them as they get older. And if the child is approved for Social Security before they are 22 years old, they will get your benefits, the parent's benefits. When a parent retires, they will get 50% of the benefit. And when the parent dies, they will get 75% of the benefit. This is critically important. Otherwise, the child will only get Social Security supplemental income, which is running around $790 a month. And how can anybody really live on that? I know that one of the families did ask about Medicare and Medicaid. We will talk about that. I did send Shaman an article about Medicare and physicians and their acceptance of these different benefit programs. And again, I know many of us don't look to Medicaid as an option, but if our child or if our loved one is eligible for Medicaid, that often will pick up different services that Medicare might not pick up. And we are now in an open enrollment period for Medicare. So this might be a great time to just see what other programs are available, what doctors will accept. I just went online while Dr. Carla was speaking. There are lists in your area of doctors who accept Medicare, Medicaid, and that might also be very valuable for many of you. But our children are eligible to stay on our health insurance, if you have health insurance at work, past age 26, okay, if they are considered disabled under the Social Security law of disability. They do not have to stop at age 26. So if you feel that if your employer is telling you that, you may want to just check with your employer to make sure that your child can stay on your benefits. So often our children can have private benefits, they can have Medicaid, and they can have Medicare. So again, if there's any questions about that, please feel free to reach out to me. Shaman has my contact information. The foundation knows that anyone who wants to reach out to me, there's no charge for consultation. This is something that I do as a way of giving back and thanking you for allowing me to speak today. So when we begin this type of planning, obviously we want to look at what government services are available and what additional support the family might need to provide. And we begin to implement a comprehensive plan. This is where I get involved with the special needs attorneys, because anybody who doesn't have a will has a will by the state that they live in. Okay, and those are called the intestacy laws. And the state is basically going to say, if you pass, everything is going to go to your spouse, and then it is going to go to your children equally. Now, if your child is receiving any of these government benefits, as you might be hearing, okay, and just as this woman mentioned to me on Friday, her son had an UGM account that was coming due. There was $30,000 in there. And when we apply for Social Security at age 18, the child cannot have more than $2,000 in their name. Now, if I pass and the state of Pennsylvania automatically will divide my assets by my 3 children, my daughter will have more than $2,000 in her name. All of the benefits that she's been receiving will stop. All of the benefits that she has been receiving, she will have to spend down the assets that she inherits before she will be able to access those benefits again. And for those of us parents who have actually gone and applied for these benefits and dealt with the very arduous process, particularly now during COVID, when Social Security offices aren't even open, and the case managers are working from home, or they're working AB schedules and they're not even there every day. I have a family right now. It is really almost double the amount of time. And if it typically takes 6 months, it's a year. It's taking a year for some of these services and approvals. So the last thing that you want is for your child to lose these benefits when you're no longer there to help them access them again. When we do comprehensive planning, okay, as you can see to the right, and I do believe that all of these slides are available, through Sham, all of these additional issues will be addressed. You can set up a special needs trust. Nowadays, our children can set up a self-settled trust. This is something that came about in 1993 when a lot of the children were losing their benefits, and the government said, well, if we set up a self-settled trust where while the child is still alive and receiving benefits, even though they may have inherited this money, we'll allow that to continue. But when the child passes, we are going to take whatever money is left in that trust back to the government. Okay, so obviously that was a very nice law that was just that was passed, but many people are not aware of it. The one thing that is critical to be aware of, because I'm finding, as my practice is aging and as my clients are getting older, many families have not looked to that first party or self-settled trust, and you can only have that up until the age of 65. And I can't begin to tell you how many of my clients are in their 80s and their children are 66, 67. The parents are now going into nursing homes, and the children can no longer apply for these types of trusts. So then we have to look at pool trust and other options. So it's very, very important that you look at these things before it is too late. There are some very key dates that you need to be aware of. We heard earlier about, at age 18, our children are considered adults. Many doctors, many medical facilities will no longer talk to parents. And this is when I'm asked a lot about, do I need to do a guardianship, or is a power of attorney sufficient? And I'm hoping that many of us on the call today, on the meeting today, have powers of attorney for each other, for our spouses. Many of us may have a power of attorney over our elderly parents. I encourage you to have a power of attorney over your adult children who are away at college. If anyone has had a child away at college, and even though we may be paying their tuition, the child gets sick, the child's in the hospital, and they could be maybe many states away, and we can't get to them, they won't give you any information about your child unless you can show them that you have a medical power of attorney. So you can have a medical power of attorney, you can have a financial power of attorney, or you can have both. So again, these are things that you really need to look at and determine, obviously we want our children to have the least restrictive, we want our children to have their rights. We don't want them taken advantage of, taken away from, but we also don't want our children to be taken advantage of. And these are some very difficult decisions. Many of the very difficult conversations I have with families is over whether or not their child needs a full guardianship, or will a power of attorney be sufficient? And again, these are things to discuss with your doctors. I find that if the child is able to at least say, mom and dad can be on the phone, mom and dad can get the information, mom and dad can talk to you, then a power of attorney is probably sufficient. But if your child is nonverbal, if you feel that your child has suffered other intellectual challenges as a result of the epilepsy, then maybe a full guardianship needs to be implemented, okay, and taken into consideration. There is a major difference between the trustee and the guardian. The trustee is the individual who oversees the money, and obviously the guardian is the person that oversees the child. They do not need to be the same person. Many people say, my sister's probably better with my daughter, but I would rather have my other sister-in-law, she's an accountant, handling the money. And I always say, as long as there's a good working relationship between the two parties, that can work very, very well. In the absence of having somebody available, then we do look to the corporate trustees. And we work with all the corporate trustees, and I can certainly advise you of that as well. Lastly, before we advance the slide, a lot of families say to me, Bruce, we just do not have the resources, to set up a special needs trust. We hear a lot about them, but we need our retirement assets. We need the money that we have right now. And life insurance or second to die life insurance, survivorship life insurance, very inexpensive, pays out at the second death. These vehicles originally were basically founded for large estate planning cases. Well, they work beautifully to fund a special needs trust. Because like I said, they're half the cost of regular insurance, and they pay at the second death. And even a couple that may be divorced or separated, I even have families where we have two sisters who are basically serving in that capacity to fund it. It's very liberal in how it can be implemented if it is being used to fund a special needs trust. So again, I'm very happy to talk to anybody about that and share with you how that might be accessed. And then again, I heard Dr. Carla and both Caitlin talk about the need to take care of yourself, put that oxygen mask on first before you can help others. And so often now we are seeing that our children are caring for us. And so making sure, if you are the only one available to care for the child, making sure that you have appropriate, maybe long-term care, health insurance in place, so that there's someone there to take care of you. So there are basically 9 steps to the planning process, and I could probably spend the whole session on step number 1. I do feel that this is the most important, but looking at where will our children live? Okay, a lot of families say to me, Bruce, they're going to stay in the house, and they're comfortable in the house, they know the house, but is that really realistic? Are our children going to be able to call maintenance men and maintenance people to come and fix things? And do we even want that? Is it better for them to be in some type of apartment setting where there is, people there to help? Obviously, there are all kinds of additional group homes and other options that we can discuss. But I always say to my families, and again, I have so many widows in their 80s that just still have their children living with them. And I keep saying to them, the last thing you want is to pass away and your child has never, ever, ever experienced living on their own. And you being alive and able to help and see and access services and make sure that things are working the way that you might want them to. Nobody's ever going to have a crystal ball. Caregivers are going to come and go. And that's always been my biggest challenge, having appropriate caregivers. But I think we need to make sure that we have networks set up for us. My daughter lives across the street from Chestnut Hill College, and Gwinnett Mercy College is right around the corner. And we have relationships with the special education departments at both colleges. And we have young ladies who are come and work with my daughter. Obviously they come and go every 4 years, but they can be compensated under waiver programs. And these are all things that, if I'm saying words that are new to many of you, Again, depending upon where the epilepsy fits in with the child's overall diagnosis, these are other services that may be available. Obviously, our children can stay in school till they are 22. Many families do not, 21. Many families do not realize that, and they have the children graduating at age 18. And if the children were getting any type of services, even transportation, as our children are learning to work and gain employment, they may need assistance. They may not be able to drive to their employment. The school district is responsible for providing those services. So, again, make sure, even if you're, and I find a lot of families that are doing private schooling, they're doing online learning, but once the children turn 18, you do want to visit with the school district, have that final IEP, that transition IEP, and see what other resources and services are available for you. I mentioned social and religious on here as a primary issue. Especially now, our children are really suffering with the lack of socialization. But when you are looking to, where will our children live when we're no longer here? And again, we might have that great sister-in-law that lives across the country. And all of a sudden now our child is completely away from all of their network, all of their friends, all of the, the churches or synagogues that they've been, so welcomed at and comfortable with. And I do recommend that you think about that when you are looking to name a potential guardian, or when you're looking to say, okay, this is where my child will be. Safety. I can't stress the importance of making sure that your child is safe. And there's just so much wonderful technology today that you can have. For $39 a month, Comcast can have cameras in the apartment. I know when every door opens, I can set an alarm on my daughter's apartment that will go on and off automatically. Caregivers can have separate codes to get in, so I can know that the caregivers are coming and going. It's very important, very, very important that you access all safety measures for our children. Obviously, medical care we talked about earlier, making sure that your child is getting the services that they're entitled to. Even if you have private insurance, I really urge you, if your child is eligible for Medicare and Medicaid, make sure they have it. Go on the Compass website. I can help you with that. If your child has a diagnosis and they are eligible for these means-tested benefits or these benefits, you want to make sure that they have them, okay? When we are getting ready to apply for Social Security, often I find that families do have some money in the children's names from christenings, from bar mitzvahs, from birthdays, from holidays. And you can look to, maybe making final arrangements if that's something that you are comfortable with. Social Security does not look at that as something bad. They look at that as something obviously pretty good. And you can use some of that money to take care of that. And there are many other things that you can do. The family I was talking to on Friday, they were paying, for private education now because the schools aren't open. And I said, how much is that costing? It was costing over $30,000. I said, you can absolutely reimburse yourself with the money that you've accumulated for those costs. And that is perfectly acceptable with Social Security. So we talked about guardians, the difference between a guardian of the person. For those of us, who have minor children, we all think about, gosh, if my wife and I both passed, who would take care of our children? And now for our adult child, not that they need somebody to necessarily oversee them 24 hours a day, but to take on that role of making sure that the caregivers are coming and going, making sure that the housing is suitable and that nothing has changed and that nothing has changed with our loved one. Very, very important. Just as we do with our parents who are aging when they are going into nursing homes, you all know that it's the ones that have family that come and visit and see them. They really are getting the better care, right? Because people know that, we're showing up there at 4 o'clock, mom better be dressed, mom better have her hair combed and be out of bed. For those of you who do not have individuals, and so often I hear this, we just don't have anybody. My family has not taken an interest in my child. My husband left me. There are corporate trustees, there are charitable groups. There are even public guardians. I do a lot of work with Haverford Trust, and we had to research and find a public guardian at one point. And, you know, we actually did a lot of interviewing, and we met this one gentleman, and I was like, I have to ask you this one question. Why did you become a public guardian? Like, what made you decide to do this? Here's a gentleman who had his own business. He was very successful. He was an only child, and he had to sell his business to care for his mother. And when his mother passed, he said, you know, there must be so many people that have this need. And as it turns out, he started a business where he could provide that kind of care management for individuals. Now, what I didn't ask him initially was, what business did he have? He actually had a fast food business. And the young man that we were working with at Haverford worked at that fast food business and happened to have not necessarily been the same one, but the public guardian knew the facility that he was working at. It was just so unbelievable. You know, when you begin to research these services and access and talk to people, you know, there are a lot of really good people out there. And sometimes I think we forget because of all that's going on and all the negativity that we're faced with on the news. And there are some really good people out there. And my hope is that through the foundation and through an organization like ours, we can help you access these individuals. So often people will say to me, Bruce, what does it cost? Okay, I can tell you what my costs are for my child. I mean, obviously when a child is born, you don't know what they're going to be able to do. We want to have a lot of hope. I never want to take away hope from anybody. But again, we're going to see pretty quickly, is our child going to suffer intellectual challenges as a result of the epilepsy? Are they going to be able to be seizure free? Are they going to be competitively employed? Are they going to be able to get to work? This is something that I can't tell you how important it is if your child actually has received benefits and now Social Security will take away $1 for every $2 that they're earning. But if your child cannot get to work, drive to work, that is called an impaired work-related expense. And so many people are not aware of this. You can actually take the cost of that. And I know in earlier talks, I used to say that we had a private driver for my daughter. It was $32 each way, and my daughter was making $28 a day. So for all intents and purposes, she wasn't making any money, okay? But that now eliminated the reduction in her Social Security, and she received the full benefit plus the small salary that she was making. So again, these are things that we will talk about, you know, if we work together. What are the resources? What are the benefits? What are the family supplements? Gifts and inheritances. You know, we are now approaching the holiday season. And one thing that we all know is that you don't talk about money with your relatives, okay? But again, I remember one Thanksgiving, I have a single niece that works for the state of New York. And at Thanksgiving, she said to me, you know, Uncle Bruce, I made Amanda the beneficiary of my 401k. And as I'm choking on my cranberry sauce, I was like, Lori, we have to get upstairs. You can't make Amanda the beneficiary of your 401k. It has to be the special needs trust that we implemented on August 1st of 2002. And here's the tax ID number. So if you do have other family members, maybe there is that single aunt or that single relative that thinks, you know what, I really want to leave my money to Johnny. And that is a wonderful thing. But make sure they know that you have this special needs trust set up. And if the trust is set up only in your will, okay, and I don't want to get too legal on everybody, but if the trust is a testamentary trust, that trust doesn't really exist until you die. So my mother had made a specific gift to my daughter. And when she told us about that, we had to go to the lawyer and set up a statutory trust, which is a trust that now has its own tax ID number that replaces my daughter's Social Security number. And the resources that my mother left to Amanda are now in that statutory trust. Another thing that happens that, you know, often we can't plan for is I recently had a 72-year-old woman who was receiving her father's Social Security, her father's benefits. She had Medicaid. She was living with her sister, and she was hit by a truck. and received a $250,000 settlement. Now, remember, I said she was 72 years old. And when I spoke earlier, I mentioned that you can't be over 65 to set up a first party or self-settled trust. So we had to look at one of these pool trusts or our Medicaid annuity where it would not take her benefits away and she would be able to get that little bit of additional money and not go over the Social Security threshold or the Medicaid threshold. So again, these are things that need to be discussed often. Okay, if you are aware of this, we can work with the attorney and make sure that that check never gets paid directly to the individual and it gets paid right to the trust or company so that it doesn't compromise our loved one's benefits. Medicaid will say that all of our children can have one home and one car, okay? So often families will say to me, so Bruce, it's okay that I leave my house to my child. Okay, but what happens when they find out that the child really can't handle being in the house, okay, and the house gets sold, and now the child has $300,000-$400,000. Again, all benefits, all services will stop until that $400,000 is spent down. So I urge you, if that's a plan, okay, and that is one of the thoughts that another sibling or another one of your children are going to move into the house with the child, make sure maybe that house is in a trust so that when the house is sold, the money is in the trust and will not compromise your child. And again, life insurance is a wonderful vehicle to fund special needs trusts because it's an asset that obviously we're not using while we're alive. And basically you can use all your other assets and know that that insurance will be there when you pass to fund the special needs trust. We talked about having a will and the importance of having a will. The fact that if you don't have a will, the state that you live in actually has a will for you. We talked about guardianship, HIPAA laws, okay, HIPAA privacy, and making sure that maybe you have a power of attorney for your children, all children, once they reach the age of 18. And make sure that you understand the difference between the guardian of the person and the guardian of the money or the trustee of the money, okay? And again, we talked about the trustee, making sure you can have multiple trustees, you can have co-trustees. I often recommend if you are using a corporate trustee, have a family member maybe attached to that. So often I see, and again, many banks and many of the financial institutions are getting out of the special needs trust business because it is very litigious. But we're finding that, if a family member serves as a co-trustee, they can work much better with the trust company and have more of an influence of what is an appropriate expense and what is not an appropriate expense. I'm going to give you an example. I have a family that as a result of a traumatic brain injury at birth, they were awarded a $12 million, okay, and the $12 million was in trust. This child was nonverbal in a wheelchair. The only time she is out of her wheelchair is when she's in her swimming pool. The swimming pool was in need of about a $30,000 repair. The trust company did not feel that they could afford to give her that money for to repair the pool. Her living expenses were costing over $200,000 a year, and they did not feel it was a prudent decision. We really contested it, and we actually moved to a different trustee because the family was so upset. In this case, the family was still alive, right? Because it was it was an injury at birth. So it was an award that they were basically obviously a party to. And they moved to a different trust company that would allow for the repair of the pool so that their daughter had that freedom and that liberalization to be in the pool. So having a co-trustee, I do believe, is very, very important. And then we talked about the special needs trusts. There are 3 types of special needs trusts. The first party trust, the trust that is really what they call a self-settled trust, a D4A trust, a first party trust, a payback trust. A lot of people now are asking me, Bruce, in 2014, the ABLE Act was passed. And we can now put away $15,000 a year without potentially, okay, and I do believe that the state of Pennsylvania has made that decision that it would not get paid back to the state, but many states have not yet made that decision. But money in an ABLE account, okay, can sometimes serve, okay, depending on the amount of money, and I'm really going to stress that. If the ABLE account gets anywhere near $100,000, all the benefits and services your children have are going to stop. So a lot of people think, you know what, I don't need to pay a lawyer for a special needs trust because I can open up an ABLE account. I'm going to tell you right now, you can go on paable.gov and set up an ABLE account. It ties directly to your checking account. You can be a custodian with your child, or if your child is able to handle their money and they're making a little bit of money, but you know that if they are getting Social Security, SSI, they can't have more than $2,000 a month in the account. And if you, the parent, are retired and now your child is getting SSD, okay, Social Security Disability, or the parent's benefit, you know, pretty quickly, even if our children are only making, you know, a few $100s a month, that checking account balance is going to be over $2,000. So the child, you can actually move that money right into the ABLE account so that you do not go over the $2,000 a month. But obviously, if you get close to 100,000, this is where the special needs trust becomes ever more important. And obviously, if you are spending that money on your child and creating that independent living scenario, you're going to be spending a lot of that money. So it won't even be there to pay back. And that's fine too, as long as the monies are being used to enhance the lives of our children. And they are very liberal. You know, before COVID, going to the movies, going out, buying a new computer, anything to enhance the life of the child is perfectly acceptable. These are all expenses that are acceptable because they are improving the quality of life of our loved one. Talked a little bit about funding trusts. Like I said, they can be funded from multiple sources, other individuals, gifts. Again, they can be funded at death, and life insurance often works very, very well to fund special needs trusts. Shaman, this is a good slide for the attendees to just maybe have, you know, when people say to me, Bruce, what's the difference? You know, what do I, you know, my child's getting these benefits from Social Security, they're getting Medicaid, they're getting Medicare, you know, their basic needs might be being taken care of. Having that supplemental special needs trust, and I'm stressing the word supplemental, okay? The supplemental special needs trust will be there to give the child all those additional things that they might need. My daughter, while she can live independently, she works, she cannot wash and dry her own hair. So a few days a week, she has to go and get her hair washed and blown dry. Medicare or Medicaid is not going to pay for that, okay? But obviously the special needs trust would pay for that. My daughter had a destination wedding. My daughter didn't have a destination wedding, but let's just say she did. Getting her there, flying her there, maybe providing the caregiver to get there. All of these things would be covered through the special needs trusts. Many of the organizations that our children participate in have trips, vacations. I know Camp Achieve. Obviously, there's no cost for that. But some of the other groups that our children may participate in, they do have a summer vacation. It might cost $1,200, $1,500. And again, don't we want them to be able to continue to do that when we're no longer here? And that could be covered by the special needs trusts. Every year we hear about cutbacks. We hear about cutbacks in waivers. We hear about, you know, waivers no longer being there. We hear that our children are going to lose their waivers. Having that supplemental special needs trust will provide those much needed benefits in the event that they are compromised. Okay, we're almost done, so I'm hoping that we will have some time for questions. It's very important that you do hold a family meeting. Often the players will change. My sister, you know, in California, who maybe I loved and thought was the best caregiver, maybe she herself is now suffering from some medical conditions and is no longer really able to care for my daughter. I think it's always important to be looking for who are some of the other people, excuse me, who are some of the other people that may present themselves later in life It's very interesting. The little girl in the pink dress, Mallory, who originally said she really had no interest in caring for Amanda, is now one of Amanda's caregivers. They spend 2 or 3 days a week together. They get their hair done together. They get their nails done together. They shop. Right now, Mallory's moving into a new house because I think I shared with Shaman, she's having a baby next month. Her baby shower is today after this meeting. And they've become the best of friends. And I love seeing that. I still have never said to Mallory, it's your job to care for Amanda. But you just never know where it's going to come from. My son, who you saw walking Amanda down the aisle at Mallory's wedding, is a special education teacher. He lives alone, and he has said, Dad, I will always take care of Amanda. I will always have a place for Amanda. Amanda's biggest pleasure is her independence. Here's a picture of Amanda now in her apartment, and she has said to me countless times that, without her independence, that's her highest accomplishment. And you can see she just had her very curly hair blown dry. She likes her hair perfectly poker straight. But having that apartment and being able to bring in care management to get her to be independent and to care for herself while I'm still alive, my wife is still alive, and we're healthy to oversee this is so critically important. Now, I know I jumped ahead. There is a summary of the items that we discussed, okay? And I'm just going to stress that it is our responsibility, okay? It's the family's responsibility. Look to all the people that may be available to help you. And this way you will know that there will be harmony in the family and that your child will be cared for. I laugh, my son-in-law is holding the football. One of the organizations that I'm involved in, Access Sports, and obviously we were not able to do it this year, but we have taken a number of families to the Eagles training camp. Amanda with my son-in-law, he actually has become even as good a caregiver to her as my daughter has become. I find that our children will navigate towards spouses who have that sense of affection and care for their siblings. And it's interesting, my son said to me, he says, Dad, every girl I meet has a sister or a brother with special needs. And I just sort of smile because, I think there's a sensitivity there and it just makes, it really just makes me feel great. So I'm going to open it up now, Shaman, for questions. Again, anybody can reach out to me. Maybe I'll just put this slide up. Maybe this will trigger some questions. You have my contact information. If there's a question that you don't feel comfortable asking publicly, I know a lot of people, it's very personal. Please write to me, call me. And I did give Shaman my cell phone number. I can give it to you right now. It's 215-219-9597. Again, that's 215-219-9597 because we are working virtually part of the time. So I am very accessible. I respond very well to texting. And why don't I open it up for any questions?
Great. Thank you very much, Bruce. That was a wonderful presentation. And we do actually have a couple questions.
Okay.
The first one is, what if you apply your child for Social Security and they are rejected before 22? If they are later approved, will they still be able to get the parents' benefits?
Yeah, that is the most difficult thing. I mean, I have actually, I work as what they call a non-attorney representative, so I can actually represent the child. I have had one case where the child did get the parents' benefit, and we did have to hire an actual special needs disability lawyer. And there are some really great special needs disability lawyers. I mean, again, some of the things you see on TV, I'd be a little leery of because, they may take 60% of the child's benefit the first year. I really have a hard time with that. But I have found one, and I'm serious, one time, as long as you were able to prove that the disability started before the child was 22, in this particular case, the family did get the benefit. I will say that is very rare. I don't often see it. We even go back and get medical records showing that the child received special education, trying to prove it. It is very, very difficult. But it has been done. I don't want to say it can't be done, but it is very, very difficult. Obviously, we can, apply for Social Security supplemental income later in life if we're no longer able to work. And then often we will get Social Security disability at that point. Even our children that get SSI when they're 18, once Amanda started making a little bit of money, all of a sudden her 790 became 850, okay, because she had actually built her own Social Security record. But you got to look at if 850 is less than half of what your Social Security is. So if my Social Security was only $1,500, well, 850 is more than that, right? Should get half of my benefit. Well, then it's not really in her best interest to get my benefit. But as it was in my wife's case, my wife doesn't get mad when I say this. She's a little older than me, and she fully retired at 62. And many of us think, oh, well, I'm going to wait till I'm 66 or 70 to get Social Security. Quite frankly, at 62, there was only about a $200 difference in my wife's benefit, and my daughter's benefit went up $500. So my wife got $1,780, Amanda got $1,250. That's real money. $3,000 is real money. That allowed us to get Amanda her apartment and some caregiver. And so, again, thinking about when to take it and when to pull the trigger is very important. When I die, my wife will get my Social Security, so she really never gave anything up. And my daughter will then get 75% of my Social Security. So, I know I'm giving a little bit more to the question than was asked, but hopefully I'm giving you some things to think about. And I do have a complete network of special needs lawyers and disability lawyers, and I'm certainly willing to help you with that, to whomever asked the question.
Great, thank you, Bruce. And we do have another question. Mm-hmm. Everything that you were talking about today that has to do with families, are wondering, are these the special needs trusts and these resources available for partners?
Yeah, I mean, to other individuals who have taken an interest and care for the individual, like a life partner, is that what we're referring to?
I believe a life partner, yes.
Absolutely. I mean, all of the, I think I mentioned I had two sisters, because the one individual was a single parent. She herself had lung cancer, and we were able to use her sister, okay, to work in tandem with the trust. Obviously, since DOMA became around, all same-sex marriages, same-sex couples, all of these services and benefits are now available, including the Social Security. I think I actually, at least was told locally in Philadelphia, that I did have one of the first cases, a situation with a same-sex couple who had a surrogate child. And absolutely, that is covered. Now, where it gets a little tricky is I have a lot of grandparents that are caring for their grandchildren, okay? In that situation, unless the grandparent adopts the child, they will not get the grandparent's benefit. So that often is a little bit of a challenge, but if the grandparent is able to adopt the child, then the child will actually get half of the grandparent's Social Security. Very, very huge asset and planning opportunity. I hope that answered the question. If not, let me know and I can maybe elaborate more.
Yeah, I think that was a great answer, Bruce. We do have time for about one or two more questions. One question is, can we apply for Medicaid without our son's involvement?
Okay, great question. You can go on the compass.pa.state.us website, and now with our virtual world, you actually can apply online, okay? When I do Social Security applications, there's a 1696 form, like you are the personal representative for the individual. And even if the child can't sign their name, if they sign an X and somebody witnesses it, you can actually even do the Social Security applying. But I do a lot of work with NAMI and the Society for Mental Illness. And it is a very sensitive question because a lot of the individuals don't feel that they need it. They're very angry. And again, this is where when the children are younger, you really have to look at, should we have a guardianship? Should we get a power of attorney? I've done a lot of counseling with families on getting the child to sign the power of attorney. I can't tell you that it's legitimate to do it without the child knowing, but in our technology world, it is being done. It can be done. Especially if the child's not able to do it on their own, you can do it online. Okay, but I would feel a lot better if you did have a power of attorney. I'll just sort of preface it with that statement.
Okay, great. Thank you, Bruce. And we have time for one more question. And one of the ones that we have is, if the parent is starting to get Social Security at age 70, what benefits will the child get? The child is 28 years of age and has been on SSI and Medicaid.
Okay, so this is really the best situation. Hopefully, when you applied for your Social Security, the second question when you apply for your retirement Social Security is, do you have an adult child with a disability? I know if you do it yourself online, it asks the question. Often people do not ask the question. So I need all of our families to be armed with, I have an adult child with a disability. That will immediately become a game changer. And like I said, if half of the 70-year-old's benefit is more than what the child is receiving, they will get the difference. It's going to come in 2 checks. I get 2 checks deposited into my daughter's checking account. One is the money from my wife's benefit, and one is the money from hers. And again, now you have to be very diligent because now she's getting more money. You don't want to go over the total threshold because you might lose any waiver services and things like that your child is getting, because there are limits there, okay? What you can do is have, if you're making over, I think it's like $2,360 a month between now getting the parents' benefit and maybe the child is making some money on their own, you can then have that additional money go into the first party trust, which is why, and you did say that the individual was 28, they can still set up a first party trust should the total benefit take them over the Medicaid limit. And again, if anybody has questions, please feel free to reach out to me, send them to me. I'm happy to, email me and I will answer you. I have a letter of intent, which is a booklet you can use to leave for other caregivers about your child. I'm happy to send that out electronically. And, any of these other resources that we've discussed, I do have electronically that I can send out to you. The websites, the URLs for the Compass website, happy to send that to you.
Oh, great. Thank you very much, Bruce. And just one more thing, some people were asking for your cell and email that you had said before, and we'd be happy to jot that down and make sure we send it to everyone that's on today.
Okay. Do you have it, right? Do you need me to
I have your email address. Could you just your cell phone number that you had
Okay,
said?
please. 215-219-9597. 215-219-9597.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And I'll put that in the chat for everyone so they can have a hold of that. And we'll also make sure to send it to every person in our email with your email address as well, too, so they can reach out to you with any other questions that they have.
Yeah, thanks, Sham. And please text me first and let me know that you are on the call. With all of the spam calls that we're getting nowadays and political calls, so if you just text me first, you can text me at that number and say, I was at the conference, I have a question, I'm calling. That'd be great. Okay, because if I don't have you in my phone yet, I know there are some people on the call that I do have in my phone, but you know, I want to make sure that I answer everybody's questions.
Sure, absolutely, definitely makes sense. But thank you again, Bruce. We really appreciate you taking the time.
My pleasure.
You know, to volunteer and speak with everyone. Great presentation, and enjoy your daughter's baby shower. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you, everyone, and thank you to the other speakers. They were just wonderful. Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you. Take care.
Okay.
All right, everyone. So our next speaker is going to begin shortly at 12:15. So we are going to take a little break, and then we will be back at 12:15 with our next speaker, about 6 minutes. All right, everyone. Well, I'm going to introduce our fourth and final speaker of the day, Dr. Michael Gelfand. He completed his neurology training and epilepsy fellowship at the University of Pennsylvania. He is currently an assistant professor of clinical neurology and director of epilepsy clinical trials in the Penn Epilepsy Center at the University of Pennsylvania, with focus on anti-epileptic medications and on the medical and surgical care of adult patients with difficult to treat epilepsy. So at this time, Dr. Gelfand, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Hi, can you hear me, Seamus?
Yep, we can hear you. That's perfect.
Let me just share my screen.
Yep.
All right. So thank you for that kind introduction. I'm Mike Gelfand. I'm an epileptologist. I treat adults at the University of Pennsylvania. And I'm going to talk to you today about an update on anti-seizure drugs. So some of the new treatments that have become available in the last couple of years. Before I start, it's always important if you're hearing about drugs or other treatments from a doctor that you get a list of their disclosures, which means potential conflicts of interest. So I should let you know that I've done a number of clinical trials, including on some of the medications I'm going to talk about today. And that research has been funded by several drug companies. So I will do my very best to present an unbiased approach, but of course you should always be aware of these potential disclosures. So the question I'm going to address today is, do we need new treatments for epilepsy? As most of you know, we have many medications already available. There's a list of 16, including some relatively new medications that have come out in the last 10 years, medications like brivaracetam, clobazam, lacosamide, pregabalin, and eslicarbazepine. For patients who don't respond to medications, there are a number of other treatment options. So patients are often evaluated and treated with surgery or with devices, and that can include things like laser ablation, also known as laser interstitial thermal therapy, or LIT, open resection using a craniotomy to cure seizures, or implantation of devices, several of which have come out in the last few years, including DBS, RNS, and the older device known as VNS. And of course, we have many other treatment options as well, including dietary therapy, lifestyle modification, rescue plans, and then treatment for other symptoms that often go along with epilepsy. And that includes things like mood, anxiety, sleep, memory loss. That's a lot of different treatment options to consider. So the question is, do we need new ones? So here's the problem. Despite all of our best available treatments, about 1 in 3 people with epilepsy continue to have seizures. I suspect this includes many of you here today or your family members. About 1 million people in the United States have what's called drug-resistant or intractable epilepsy. And even among other patients where their seizures are well controlled, many of them will have side effects from medications or from their other treatments. Even more patients, even if they don't have side effects, can have associated symptoms. For example, they can have anxiety, they can have depression, memory loss, fatigue, headaches, and so forth. Sometimes these are caused by the seizures themselves. Sometimes these are caused by the underlying medical condition that caused the seizure, such as a brain injury. And sometimes they're caused by the medications or other treatments we've provided. And so for all patients, our goal is going to be no seizures and no side effects. Unfortunately, we don't always get there. So new medications are still being developed. And what I'm going to talk to you about today is a few different things. So first, I'm going to give you a very brief overview of how seizure medications, also known as AEDs, and I'll use those terms interchangeably for the rest of my talk, how these medications work, how you and your doctor can select the right AED for you, how AEDs are adjusted, and I'll give a little bit of my personal recommendations. Of course, other doctors may vary a little bit from this. And then I'll describe some new AEDs that have become available over the last few years. And this includes cenobamate, which is used for focal epilepsy, 3 drugs that are currently used for rare epilepsies, including cannabidiol, stiripentol, and fenfluramine, and 2 new rescue medications that have come out in the past year, intranasal diazepam and intranasal midazolam. So how do AEDs work? Well, as you saw earlier, there are about, I showed a list of 16, and actually there's about 25 to 30 currently available anti-seizure medications, of course, with new ones coming out every year. And they have a number of different mechanisms. Fortunately, you don't need to worry about this picture on the right, but this is mostly to impress you. This is a picture of a synapse. And most AEDs work by affecting neuronal activity at what's called the synapse. So let me explain that more. Seizures come from overactive networks of neurons, which can be caused by many underlying problems. So for example, they can be caused by underlying brain injury from a traumatic, from a TBI, from a stroke or a tumor, from a prior surgery, from an infection. Sometimes there are familial or genetic causes. Sometimes there's a combination of these effects. Epilepsy is the underlying disease with these overactive networks of neurons, and no currently available AED can cure epilepsy. The problem, the underlying problem, is still there. Instead, what they attempt to do is decrease overactivity, this overactivity of the neurons within the network. And they do this to prevent the seizures. Ideally, they'll do this without blocking normal activity, because if the AEDs block normal activity, this is a major contributor to side effects. And side effects from medications commonly include things like fatigue, dizziness, cognitive slowing or memory loss, headaches, things like that. So neurons or brain cells can communicate to each other using what's called neurotransmitters, which is what one neuron will release and another neuron will receive. And this provides information from one neuron to the next. And this happens billions of times across your brain, and this is how your brain functions. Some of these neurotransmitters can increase activity, what's called excitation, and others can decrease activity, what's called inhibition. AEDs will usually affect one of these two actions. So some will increase inhibition. An example of this would be benzodiazepines like clonazepam or diazepam. Others will decrease excitation. An example of this would be any sodium channel blockers such as lamotrigine or lacosamide, or some newer medications like perampanel, Fycompa. This doesn't fix the underlying problem, but it can prevent seizures from starting, and it can prevent seizures that have started from progressing to other brain areas. So sometimes this will decrease sometimes the use of AEDs will decrease the overall number of seizures. Other times an AED can be partially effective, and even though seizures continue to occur, they no longer progress to tonic-clonic seizures or grand mals. So all AEDs work in mechanisms broadly affecting what I was just describing by increasing inhibition or decreasing excitation. But the trick is, how do you select the right one? And the honest answer is that there's a lot of luck. I didn't show you too much science beyond what was on the last slide, mostly because I don't think that for most patients it's particularly relevant in knowing which AED is going to work for them. And the honest fact, with a couple of exceptions that I'll get to a little bit later on, is that for most patients, we don't have a great way of predicting if one AED will work any better than another one. So how do we select? Well, there are a few things that we do know. For most patients, we do know which drugs are most likely to cause particular side effects. So if you already have significant fatigue, then avoiding a drug that can contribute to fatigue is probably something that should be taken into account. If weight gain is a concern of yours, we can avoid drugs like Depakote that can potentially contribute to weight gain. If you're already taking medications that can cause dizziness, then we may want to avoid other drugs that can also cause dizziness. We do know that some drugs are associated with longer-term risks. We don't know this perfectly for every drug, particularly for newer drugs. But we know, especially for many older drugs, are associated with problems like bone density loss, which can lead to osteoporosis or fractures. And others, again, like Depakote, can lead to pregnancy problems and the chance of birth defects. And we do know that some drugs may help with other problems in addition to epilepsy. So for example, depression, anxiety, headaches, and pain are all problems that are common in patients with epilepsy and that are potentially treated by drugs that are used both for epilepsy and for this additional problem. So even though we don't know which drug is likely to help with the seizures, we can often make an informed decision by taking all of these different factors into account and picking a drug that will avoid causing additional side effects and that will limit and that will potentially help with other problems. And of course, cost is important. But after this initial selection is made, really it's what we call an empiric finding, right? We don't know what's going to work for any one patient. What we find is that the right drug is the drug that works for you. So we take our best shot and we hope that we get lucky. And if the first drug works and doesn't cause any side effect, then it's the right drug for you. But what if we didn't get it right the first time? What if you're taking a drug and continuing to have seizures or having side effects? What do we do next? For most people with epilepsy, any drug that's started should be started at a relatively low dose. This is for a number of reasons. At a low dose, we're much less likely to have side effects. For most drugs, the chance of side effects increases with increasing dose. It allows an opportunity to monitor for rare but serious reactions. For example, a rash that can potentially be caused by several AEDs. And sometimes, again, we'll get lucky and the low dose will work, and we've avoided putting you on an excessive dose of a medication, more than you might need. If you start on a low dose of a new AED and it causes side effects, it may just not be the right drug for you. Like I showed you earlier, there are many options. You should try a different drug. If the low dose doesn't cause any side effects, if it's well tolerated, but if it's partially helpful or not clearly helpful in controlling seizures, the next step would be to try a higher dose. And we can repeat that process, usually pretty quickly over a period of weeks or months, until we can either establish that the drug is working well, or until it starts to cause side effects, or until we reach the maximum allowed dose. And if any of those happen, again, it's not the right drug for you. And finally, if we reach the highest dose and are not making any progress, once again, try a different AED. I think you can see there's a recurring theme here. What if you've tried a couple of drugs and there's not working? Well, unfortunately, at that point, you're reaching the point that any additional drug will control, the chance that any additional drug will control all seizures is low. So what we know from studies of large numbers of patients is that the first drug that an average seizure patient tries has about a 50% chance of controlling their seizures. If the first one doesn't work, the second drug has approximately an additional 15 to 20% chance of controlling seizures. And all the rest, the third, the fourth, the fifth combinations of drugs has about a 5 to 10% chance of controlling seizures. I'm hopeful that newer drugs that are available may start to change these numbers, but we're not there yet. So what do you do? If you failed 2 drugs, it's an appropriate time to talk to your doctor about considering further testing or alternative treatments that may be available. And this can include things like surgery, diet, or devices. Combination of drugs are very effective. They can help with drug-resistant epilepsy, but it forces the risk of causing an increased number of side effects. In my own personal practice, I often have patients on 2 drugs and relatively frequently have patients on 3 drugs. But as patients are taking 3 AEDs, or particularly if they're taking 4 or more, the risk of having side effects can increase substantially. And overall, being on multiple drugs will significantly increase the chance of having problems like, again, fatigue, or dizziness, or cognitive slowing. And so there should always be an ongoing conversation about removing drugs that may or may not be helping. You should always know that a medication that you're taking is helping you with a problem that you have, and not just continue taking it because you've always taken it in the past. Once you've reached this point of having tried more than 2 drugs and are continuing to have seizures, there should also be a discussion with your doctor about what the goals of treatment are. Seizure freedom is always the optimal goal, and it's always what we aim for. But for many patients in this category, that may be hard to achieve. And so we have to start discussing other potential goals. For example, convulsions. Convulsions are the worst type of seizure. They're the type that causes injury. They're typically the type that causes visits to the emergency room, hospitalization. They're the type that's most commonly associated with mortality from SUDEP or other causes. And so even if a drug can't lead to complete seizure freedom, it may lead to freedom from convulsions. It may help you to stay out of the emergency room, stay out of prevent hospitalization. It's possible that even if you can't become seizure-free, you may regain the ability to work if that was limited, or regain the ability to drive by limiting seizures that are associated with altered.
Go slow because I have nobody watching the cake.
That's fine.
It's slowing.
So you took my car too, and you have your cars, right?
Right. They may prevent you from having seizures that would limit your ability to work or to drive. For example, by stopping seizures that are associated with altered awareness, or by limiting seizures so that they only occur overnight rather than during the day. Medications or treatments may give you additional control over the timing of your seizures. And of course, when you're discussing adjustment of treatments, it's important to always balance these benefits to be gotten from more aggressive treatment with the risks from more aggressive treatment, and in particular from minimizing side effects. Finally, there should always be a focus on quality of life. If a drug decreases the number of seizures but makes you feel worse, more depressed, or more fatigued every day, it's probably not helping overall, and it's always time to consider other options. So I'm going to present several new drugs, as I mentioned earlier, that have become available over the last several years. The first one of these is what's called cenobamate, with the brand name Xcopri. This is approved by the FDA in late 2019, and it's been available by spring 2020. And many neurologists and epilepsy specialists are already using this relatively frequently. It's used for what's called focal or partial seizures in adults. This is a broad category that includes most adults with epilepsy. We don't know exactly how it works, but it probably includes a combination of mechanisms. It probably functions both as what's called a sodium channel blocker and as a GABA modulator. Xcopri is started at a very low dose, typically at approximately 12.5 milligrams daily, but the eventual doses can reach much higher, from 100 to 400 milligrams daily. And this is typically done by a very slow titration that can take up to several months. There's one very important advantage of Xcopri of cenobamate compared to other existing drugs, and that is that it's shown in clinical trials that it has an excellent rate of seizure freedom. I mentioned to you earlier that existing drugs typically are after the first and second drug that's been tried, typically only have about a 1 in 20 chance of causing complete freedom from seizures. So cenobamate seems to do much better than this, and much better than any other drug has been demonstrated for this population of patients. The risk is still not high, but it's about 1 in 5. And for patients who are known to have drug-resistant seizures, this is a medication that should very frequently be considered. Unfortunately, it does have some disadvantages. The primary one is that there were a small number of patients who, when starting this medication rapidly, had a very severe rash associated with a systemic illness, what's called DRESS, for drug reaction with eosinophilia and systemic symptoms. And this is very dangerous and requires hospitalization. As a result, to avoid this problem, the medication has to be titrated, increased in dose very, very slowly, usually with 2 months or more, just to reach the lowest effective dose. And when this slow titration is done, the risk of that rash goes down very dramatically, and it's probably less than 1 in 500. But again, because this is a new drug, we don't know exactly what this risk is. This can lead to dizziness, fatigue, balance problems, other side effects, and particularly at the highest doses. However, there are some patients who have a very good response at relatively modest doses. And so overall, in my own practice, I find that even though there are some risks and side effects associated with this drug, it's sufficiently effective that it is very frequently worth trying, particularly for patients with severe uncontrolled focal seizures that can include convulsions or episodes of altered awareness, what we call complex partial seizures or focal impaired awareness seizures. It is DEA controlled, and it may need to be monitored, and the levels of other drugs may need to be monitored or adjusted when cenobamate is started. The next few drugs I'm going to discuss are used for rare epilepsy syndromes. In particular, they're used commonly for 2 epilepsy syndromes, which you may be familiar with. It's called Lennox-Gastaut syndrome and Dravet syndrome. Lennox-Gastaut is a severe epilepsy that starts in childhood and persists into adulthood. Onset is often in early childhood. And the characteristic features of this disease include multiple seizure types, which can include convulsions, myoclonus, staring spells, but typically includes drop attacks, including tonic or atonic seizures, and is usually associated with some degree of cognitive impairment. There are many potential causes of Lennox-Gastaut syndrome, in particular being caused by prenatal injury or early childhood injury with a severe structural brain injury, or by genetic causes. The other rare epilepsy syndrome is called Dravet syndrome. This one has onset in infancy, usually with a prolonged and severe febrile seizure, a seizure associated with a fever. And it's associated with both convulsions and myoclonic seizures. It often has other symptoms, including developmental delay and difficulty walking. And it's usually caused by a genetic factor, a mutation in a sodium channel gene known as SCN1A, although there are potentially other genetic causes as well. When patients have these types of rare epilepsy syndromes, the first step is usually establishing the diagnosis. That's done by a combination of clinical factors. Do they meet these criteria I've listed?
Hi, man. You can get ready to come out. We're at the light. Okay? All right. See you in a minute. It's beautiful out.
Combination of the clinical factors mentioned here, And also genetic testing is often indicated if a cause is not identified. And if a child or an adult patient meets some of the criteria for these syndromes and the cause of their epilepsy is not well understood, genetic testing can help to better establish a diagnosis. Cannabidiol or Epidiolex is a drug for these conditions that many of you are probably familiar with. It was FDA approved a couple of years ago and was initially used for seizures associated with either of these two syndromes, Lennox-Gastaut or Dravet syndrome. It likely has multiple mechanisms that help it to control seizures, and these are continuing to be better understood over time. And very recently, just this year, it was also approved for seizures associated with a third syndrome, tuberous sclerosis complex, which can cause multiple different types of seizures and can potentially cause involvement in other organ systems as well. It's approved for both children and adults, although not for infants. And it's available as a liquid rather than a pill, with dosing is based on the weight. It has several advantages. It's a well-tolerated drug, and it's a good option, and I use it frequently for these rare but serious epilepsy syndromes. I mentioned earlier that I'm an adult epileptologist. Both of the syndromes that I mentioned earlier can last into adulthood, but Epidiolex and the other next two medications I'm going to mention are used more commonly by pediatric neurologists. A couple of disadvantages to Epidiolex. The primary one is that although CBD gets a lot of press, I strongly encourage my patients to think of Epidiolex or cannabidiol as quote unquote just a drug. Like all the other drugs were mentioned, it has benefits, it has side effects, and you need to weigh those against each other. It's not a magic potion that's different from other drugs. It can cause some relatively mild and infrequent side effects, things like decreased appetite, fatigue, gastrointestinal symptoms, and it does require some lab monitoring. But in clinical experience, these usually don't cause problems, and most patients are able to tolerate Epidiolex without serious obstacles. The next medication is called stiripentol or diacomet. This is used only for Dravet syndrome and was approved 2 years ago, only for Dravet syndrome in patients who are also taking another seizure medication called clobazam or Onfi. The dosing is based on weight. It's very effective against convulsions, but it can cause some fatigue, decreased appetite, or weight loss, and it does require lab monitoring. And the third drug I'm going to mention in this category is fenfluramine or Fintepla, which came out just earlier this year. And again, this is used so far only for seizures associated with Dravet syndrome. It has also been studied for Lennox-Gastaut syndrome and is likely to be approved for that condition as well. It's available again as a liquid with dosing based on weight. Fenfluramine is interesting because it does seem to be very highly effective for convulsive seizures in Dravet syndrome, with about a 60% reduction in convulsions at the highest dose. This is a very significant reduction, and many patients with Dravet syndrome, particularly those who've had genetic testing, are likely to try this medication in the relatively near future. Unfortunately, in addition to the side effects that can occur with many drugs like fatigue and weight loss or change in appetite, there was thought to be, at higher doses of this medication, a risk for changes in heart valve function. That does not seem to be a significant problem for patients who have used this medication for epilepsy. And in other countries, there are patients who've used it for many years now without significant heart problems. But the use of this medication does require repeated echocardiograms, which is an ultrasound of the heart, to evaluate for those problems. And typically that's done every 3 months. As a result, although this is a very effective medication and one that should often be tried for appropriate patients, if it's not causing a clear benefit, it probably should not be continued indefinitely. The last category of medications I'm going to talk about is what's called rescue medications. This is something that's been around for a while, but is getting increasing prominence in recent years. And there are 2 new medications that are available within the last year and others that may be available soon. So rescue medications are typically used for seizure clusters. A cluster is a period of more frequent or worsened seizures, can last any period of time. It can last minutes, hours, days. Clusters are very, very common in patients with drug-resistant epilepsy, and unfortunately, we often don't do a good job of recognizing them. They're associated with major problems. They're associated even more than regular, quote-unquote, regular seizures, with the risk of injury, with a delay in recovery after a seizure, with a chance of hospitalization, or with status epilepticus, which is a prolonged seizure that won't stop without treatment. It's important that any patient with uncontrolled seizures consider a rescue plan and discuss it with their doctor. This rescue plan will often include a rescue medication, but it may also include a plan for maintaining safety or knowing when to call 911. And a rescue plan should especially be considered for patients who have clusters of seizures, who have very prolonged seizures, and even for other patients who only have occasional individual seizures. Having a clearly understood rescue plan for the patient to use themselves or for family members or caregivers to use can help to provide a sense of security and freedom. Prior to the last year, the options available included off-label pills, including lorazepam and clonazepam, that's Ativan and Klonopin, an extra dose of a regular AED, and medications like levetiracetam or Keppra were commonly used for this, swiping a VNS magnet for patients with a VNS, and Diastat, which is rectal diazepam, which is often used in children, particularly children with prolonged seizures or seizure clusters. Fortunately, we now have new options that are available, and I think these are important tools that many patients should be considering. So there's 2 new nasal sprays that are available. The first one is nasal midazolam, so given through the nose, and this is also known as Nasolam. And this first came out last year, and it's approved basically for seizure clusters. The exact language is it's intermittent stereotypic episodes of frequent seizure activity that are distinct from a patient's usual seizure pattern. And this is given to patients who are teenagers or adults, so ages 12 or above. This was found to be effective, so there's an increased chance that a patient given this nasal spray would have a seizure that would stop in less than 10 minutes, and there was a decreased chance that seizures would return within less than 24 hours. Patients given this medication were also shown to have an increased chance of returning to baseline within 24 hours, so complete recovery from their seizure. There were some associated side effects. Occasionally it can cause some mild nasal discomfort or irritation of the back of the throat. And there can be about 10% of patients having mild sedation or fatigue after taking the medication. This typically lasts up to a few hours. Medication is usually given with a single nasal spray into one nostril, but that can be repeated if needed if the seizure does not stop after the first dose. As for all rescue medications, which are benzodiazepines, if they're used too frequently, they can lose their efficacy. And so I generally recommend that patients use these no more than once a week, with rare exceptions. The second option is also a nasal spray. It's a different medication, however. It's called diazepam, nasal diazepam, and the brand name is Valtoco. And this one was approved just this year for a very similar indication to Nasolam, so intermittent stereotypic episodes of frequent seizure activity that are distinct from a patient's usual seizure pattern. But it's approved for patients with ages 6 and above. In addition to diazepam, it uses an additional compound to help the absorption of the diazepam through the nasal mucosa. And this was compared to Diastat, the rectal diazepam, in a number of studies. And it was found to perform well with similar absorption, similar kinetics, so the speed at which the drug is absorbed into the bloodstream and then processed by the body. And it was well tolerated with less sedation than seen with Diastat. And one potential benefit of this medication is that it has a very long-lasting effect. Diazepam has a long half-life, and as a result, this medication can often last for up to a couple of days. Sedation was not long-lived, but it may help to provide seizure control for a period of several days. So for patients who are found to have clusters or flurries of seizures lasting 1 or 2 or 3 days, this one may also be a good option. So when to consider a rescue medication? In my opinion, both of these drugs, Valtoco and Nasolam, are good options, and I'm prescribing each of them frequently now. There are other new medications, including things like films and inhaled medications that are being studied and may be available in the next couple of years. It's important to note that these do not replace daily medications. So patients who are prescribed one of these medications, with very rare exceptions, should also be on a daily or twice daily medication to control their seizures. If you have uncontrolled seizures, or if your family member does, you should discuss a rescue plan with your physician and what you should do in case you have any breakthrough seizures. And you should consider if any rescue medication would be helpful. These medications are not helpful for all patients with seizures, but it's often worth considering because it may be possible to identify a use for them. And as with regular AEDs, if the first one you try doesn't work or causes side effects, try a different one. So a few conclusions. Where are we now with AEDs? There are many AEDs with new ones being developed every year. So I discussed the AEDs that have come out in the last 2 to 3 years. But right now, there are about 5 to 6 additional anti-seizure medications that are being studied in trials. And I anticipate that an additional AED will continue to become available every year or every other year for the foreseeable future. These new medications can be helpful additions to treatment, particularly for patients with difficult to control seizures or for patients with rare epilepsy syndromes. Rescue medications are very important and should be discussed and used more frequently, and I encourage everybody to discuss them with their doctor if they haven't already. But we still need more and better drugs to control seizures, to minimize side effects, and to improve quality of life. And so my final point, which I hope I've emphasized a couple of times, is that if what you've tried doesn't work, keep trying. We can always help you to make your disease better. Thank you. And I'll take any questions.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Gelfand. That was a wonderful presentation. We do have a few questions, so I'll go ahead and read them to you now. Just pull up the chat box. The first one we have is, does sterampental help complex partial seizures?
So that has not yet been proven. When we're evaluating new drugs, there's often a distinction between where we know they help and where we suspect that they help, but that has not been proven. So even though all of the drugs I mentioned are approved for particular syndromes, there's often a suspicion that an anti-seizure drug, an AED, is an AED, and that drugs that work for some types of seizures are likely to work for other types of seizures or other types of epilepsy. The problem that you run into is that until they're formally studied and approved by the FDA for other types of seizures, it's often very difficult to prescribe them. And often without sufficient data, doctors are reluctant to choose a medication based on kind of speculation. So I would say the answer to your question is that we don't know yet. It may, but it's not a medication that's commonly prescribed for patients with complex partial seizures.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Another question that we have is, what can you take with Epidiolex to help the GI issues like a natural vitamin? Is it safe to stay on husk to help GI issues?
I don't know much about husk, but I can answer the other part of your question. Most of the time, there are adjustments in dosing that can help with the GI issues. But if that doesn't work, it may be an intrinsic side effect of the medication. And as I emphasized several times, it may just be worth switching to an alternative. One important thing to take into account, though, with Epidiolex before you do that is that Epidiolex is absorbed very differently depending on whether it's taken with food or without food. And in particular, if it's taken with food, particularly with a fatty meal, there's much better absorption. And so if you're taking Epidiolex on an empty stomach and having GI side effects, it may be possible to take a slightly lower dose and then take it with food, especially with a fatty meal. And that may help to solve those problems. If it doesn't help, though, you can try regular symptomatic treatment for nausea or for diarrhea, but in most cases, it may just not be the right drug for you.
Great, thank you very much. We do have a few more questions. One is, why are some drugs specific for Dravet and Lennox-Gastaut syndrome?
So that's a pretty complicated question. And there's one good answer and one more accurate, but not so good answer. So the good answer is that these are better defined diseases than epilepsy in general. Dravet in particular has a well-known cause, again, this SCN1A mutation that's seen in about 80% of patients with Dravet. And so there's a hope that it may be possible to discover targeted drugs that affect the underlying mechanism of these diseases, but that therefore these drugs may not work for other epilepsies, which are caused by a huge number of different factors. That's the good answer. The more accurate, but I think truer answer is that drugs are used after they've been approved by the FDA or by a regulatory agency for a particular condition. And often drugs are studied for Dravet or Lennox-Gastaut or other syndromes because there are fewer drugs that are approved for those syndromes, and therefore it's easier to become approved. So the fact that a drug has been approved for one of those rare syndromes doesn't say anything about whether or not it works for epilepsy more broadly. It just says that that's where it's been studied.
Okay, great, thank you very much. And then another question that we have is, someone asked, I'm taking cenobamate and I am up to 100 milligrams with some improvement of my simple partial seizures, which have been coming every minute, 4 hours on end. I have had some reduction, but still flare-ups in the afternoons and evenings. In your mind experience, what is the most common dose to get success?
So I typically start my patients, again, cenobamate has to be started very slowly, as it sounds like, and I typically start at the low doses and then titrate up to 100 milligrams, and then wait and see if that dose is effective. If it's not effective, I typically would recommend that patients go to higher doses, usually up to at least 200 milligrams and potentially higher, and usually only stopping before 400 milligrams if they start to have side effects. But in general, for any seizure medication, if a drug is working for you and not causing side effects, it's always reasonable to consider trying a higher dose to see if that provides more benefit.
Wonderful, thank you. And then another question we have is, are there plans for Epidiolex to become a general seizure medication?
I hope that there are. There have not yet been studies proving that it has been helpful for, when we say general seizures, I'm assuming you mean, the large majority of patients with epilepsy. There is some very limited evidence. There have been patients with kind of other forms of epilepsy who have tried Epidiolex and have found it to be effective, but it hasn't been proven to be effective in the average patient. And so whether or not it's eventually pursued for a broader population of patients depends largely on the drug company that produces Epidiolex and whether they think it's worth pursuing that group of patients, whether it's worth pursuing that market for them.
Great, thank you. And then another question we have is, you say to try different medicines when trying to find the right ones. How are you supposed to deal with the side effects if they are the same ones for different medications?
So that's a problem. That's a common problem. There's two things I would suggest for that type of issue in general. One is that if you're having the same side effects on numerous different medications, you should always consider and discuss with your doctor if the side effects are really caused by the medications or if they're caused by some other medical problem. I've seen that very frequently with my patients, that they develop a symptom and think it's from their anti-epileptic drug, but in fact it's caused by something else entirely. The other thing I would consider is that if multiple seizure drugs have caused similar side effects, it's possible that those seizure drugs were all related to each other. And so I mentioned earlier that there were a number of different mechanisms for AEDs. But in general, drugs that have similar mechanisms tend to have similar side effects. So if you've tried multiple medications with similar side effects, it might be worth trying one with a different mechanism to see if it doesn't cause those side effects.
Great, thank you very much. And then looks like we have one more question. Does cenobamate interact with Epidiolex or affect levels?
Levels of Epidiolex are not typically monitored, and I don't generally recommend that the level or the dose of Epidiolex be adjusted when cenobamate is started. I don't believe that there's been proof that there's an interaction, but there are theoretical reasons to suspect that there might be. These two medications, because they're both new medications, are relatively infrequently used together, in part because they're not approved for the same type of epilepsy. But I would generally recommend that anytime a patient is starting on a new medication, that they consider if the dose of their old medication is appropriate. And if they start to develop side effects or problems with their new medication, that they consider not just adjusting the dose of the new medication, but also discuss if their old medication is now causing side effects or no longer as effective as it once was and needs to be adjusted.
Great, thank you very much. And then one more question. If you have been on a drug and it has failed in the past, is it worth going back to try it years later?
So that's an excellent question. And this comes up actually quite a lot in practice. I think different doctors are going to give you different answers on this one. My opinion is that it depends on why the drug failed. If the drug clearly caused side effects that you couldn't tolerate, then most likely it's not worth going back to. The scenario where it might be worth revisiting is if it was partially effective and wasn't fully effective, and you moved on to another drug that was again partially effective. Even though we don't know which combinations of drugs work well together, it may be worth revisiting the old one to see if the combination is a good one for you. But again, what I've said overall is that this is it's a trial and error process, right? And so if you try something and it doesn't work, try something else. And there's so many drugs available now, there are always new things to try.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Gelfand. And just one more question. Do you avoid the older AEDs in general?
I try to. The oldest AEDs like phenobarbital, primidone, and phenytoin, I start them very infrequently. And if I have patients who are taking them, I will often discuss if there's an appropriate alternative. Sometimes there is, sometimes there isn't. Those drugs can be associated with an increased risk of osteoporosis, and I think there's increasing evidence as well that they can cause an increased risk of heart problems over time. And so I try not to start those drugs, and I discuss if it's worth taking a risk of seizure by taking them off. Other drugs that are sometimes considered older drugs include carbamazepine and Depakote, and those I still use frequently. They do have some long-term side effects, but there is definitely a role for those medications in the treatment of patients. And so I wouldn't say that I avoid those to the same degree.
Wonderful, thank you. And I believe that is all the questions we have for now, but Dr. Gelfand, I want to take the time and thank you for taking the time on today to speak with our community, and it was a really great presentation.
Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
All right, thank you. Take care.
Bye-bye.
All right, everyone. So I hope you really enjoyed all of our speakers today. They were all really great and we really appreciate them. But as many of you know, it is National Epilepsy Awareness Month. So what that means is it is really our chance to teach others about epilepsy, seizure first aid, and what a seizure is and is not. The goal of NEAM is to engage not only our epilepsy community, but educate the general public, to encourage our friends, neighbors, and classmates to ask about epilepsy and really spark conversation that will continue beyond November and really throughout the entire year. If you're looking for ways to get involved and help raise awareness and kind of what the EFEPA that we're doing, please visit www.efepanovember.org. So how you can be involved, just going around raising awareness, whether it's with your family, friends, in your community, your child's school, your church, your work, sparking that conversation is a way to raise awareness, and that's how it really spreads. You can help advocate for epilepsy support services. We recommend follow and share our posts on social media, whether it be on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. We're constantly posting, you sharing that information and spreading it throughout social media. It is a great way. You can volunteer. We also encourage, invite the EFEPA to do an educational program at your workplace, your children's school, or local police or fire station or community center. We have different EFEPA events throughout the year, like the one today. Just signing on and listening to our different speakers is a way to really, get involved, learn more about epilepsy, and raising awareness. And you can also fundraise for the EFEPA too. So some of the upcoming events that we have is our Young Adult Retreat. It will be November 21st and 22nd, virtual over Zoom. So if you are a young adult diagnosed with epilepsy between the ages 18 and 30, please join us for 2 full days of activities and talks that will be educational, empowering, and filled with a lot of fun. We are also looking for adult mentors as well who are interested in providing support and encouragement to our young adult participants. And for any more information or interest, you can contact our program director, Rena Laughlin. That's her email right there and her work number, so please reach out to her. Or if you know anyone that may be interested in our young adult retreat, please let them know and have them reach out to us. And for the full schedule and registration, the link is right there. You can go to our main website, efepa.org/programs and resources, and you'll be able to find all the information on the young adult retreat right there. So I just, again, want to say a big thank you. And I'm going to go ahead and release a launch a poll. It's just a few questions. If you could please just take the time, fill it out real quick, we would greatly appreciate it. And if you have any questions, please go ahead and submit them in the chat box. So one we have is, will recorded videos of all the speakers from today be posted on the EFEPA website? And when do you expect them to be up? So we'll most likely, this will be available for everyone to see, and we'll send out an email to everyone who registered and attended today. And we will also make sure to turn the link into a YouTube link as well, so it will be available to watch on like our YouTube channel, and it will probably have it available most likely this week. Do we have any other questions? And again, here's our contact information. So contact us, for any questions, any resources you might need, or if you know anyone who could benefit from our services. And we can't stress it enough. All our services and programs are free. And, there's our main phone number, our website. We're also at efepa@efepa.org, which is our main email address. So if you reach out to that, we'll make sure to get you in contact with the right team member. And there's also my email address as well, smorgan@efepa.org. And so if you reach out to me and, if you're up in Scranton, Lancaster area, I'll make sure that we get you in contact with your local resource coordinator. All right, everyone. Well, again, I just want to give a big shout out and thank you to our speakers today who took the time to speak to our community. It wouldn't be possible without any of you. A big thanks to our sponsors who make this event possible, to my team members, Missy, Melissa, Rena, Sue, and a big thank you to all our community members and everyone who tuned in today. Without your involvement and your continued support and dedication, programs like this would not be possible. So again, we can't thank you enough, and please, get out, raise awareness, and use us as a resource. All right, everyone. Well, thank you very much for tuning in for our 2020 Epilepsy Education Exchange. Again, we'll be sending out an email later this week, and we will send the link, and it will be available on our social media as well. So everyone, take care and enjoy the rest of your weekend.